Nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies.
All right. We got a great evening here on a Sunday night. Let me get some music going for us because we got a great topic for tonight. We're going to be talking about, we started this at this past weekend with an interview with our brother Theo Walsh. Shout out to Theo. And we were able to answer some questions using ChatGPT on how to select what country that you want to move to before you even move to that country. A lot of times we plan on moving to a country, we just don't know where we want to go when we get to that spot. So we started with Theo, and now we're going to be doing a part 2 to this particular topic with our brother Theo Walsh in regards to what countries should you consider moving to in 2025, well, 2026, as well as 2027 and beyond. We can't just look at the countries like we used to before. We can't just sit back and say, well, our favorite YouTuber or our favorite TikToker has moved to that country, so I guess I'm going to move there. Those days are done. You can't just move to Portugal because everybody else moved to Portugal. You can't move to Thailand because some of your favorite activities that you saw on YouTube were taking place in Thailand. And you definitely don't want to come here to Colombia just because you saw me and Andrea love crossing borders. So we're going to help you guys out tonight. Tonight is another episode of Pen in Hand, gentlemen, ladies, gentlemen, pen in hand. You're going to be taking notes because these are 10 questions that you're going to be asking yourself. These are 10 questions that all of us who have successfully relocated to other countries outside of Canada, outside the United States, outside the UK. How'd you do it, fella? How'd you do it? How'd you end up in countries with healthy food, great medical, great people? How'd you do it? Because everybody's plan on relocating to another country is not the same. Cologne of the night, guys. You can't go wrong with it year-round. Spice Bomb Extreme. I've got the Spice Bomb Infrared. I don't have the Spice Bomb Infragreen. And I don't have the original Spice Bomb because I wanted the Extreme. It is a beast mode cologne, extremely smooth. You can wear year-round. You can wear this during date night. You can wear this during having sex. You can wear this when you're traveling. You can wear this by yourself if you just want to smell good for you. You can wear Spice Bomb Extreme. So the cologne of the night, and it's not expensive. It's not one of those, it should be more expensive, but it's not. So the cologne of the night that I'm rocking is Spice Bomb Extreme. Shout out to all you Spice Bomb fans out there. And let's get some intros going. Let's take a few minutes, get some intros going. We got 38 people in the building. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. It's great to watch us on the vertical on YouTube now. Look at there. StreamYard finally has it set up to where you can watch us horizontally or you can watch us vertically. So shout out to all you guys that are watching us live vertically on YouTube. Let me slide to the left. Or should I slide to the right? Where I'm right in the middle. Let me go this further. This way. There we go. Your boy right in the middle now. All right. That is cool. That is cool. Usually I see Angry Man and all the other guys on there vertically, horizontally. Now we're on there. Shout out to all you guys. And shout out to everyone that's here tonight. Let's give a shout out to numero uno, Mr. Darkest in the building. Shout out to you being number one. He said, I've been traveling to my favorite country for nearly 20 years. So he knows his country. He said, my groceries are more than half the price than in the U.S. I know that feeling, brother. I know some guys down here like the Colombian pesos is stronger than the U.S. dollar now. In some instances, you know, it's going down from when it used to be 4,000, 5,000, or 5 to 1. Now it's kind of like 3.5, 3.8 to 1. But a lot of guys forget when I came down to Colombia, the US dollar was only 2 to 1. I want you guys to realize that. When I came to Colombia, the US dollar was only 2 to 1. So a lot of you guys don't realize how spoiled you are when the Colombian dollar pesos has always been about 4 to 1, 5 to 1 for you guys. Wasn't like that when I came. So yes, he said half the price of in the US, gotta stretch your dollars. Yes, sir. And we're going to be talking about this topic over the next week of what countries you can go to now, countries that a lot of people haven't discovered yet, but are discovering. So you're still on the bottom floor of being able to transfer to those countries or travel to some of those countries like Cambodia, like Vietnam, like Paraguay, Uruguay, like Guyana. There are countries out there that aren't burnt out with as many people like Thailand or Colombia or Brazil or Spain or Portugal, where everybody has been going to for the last 10 years. And the locals are complaining, and I can understand why. But there are other countries such as Malaysia that you can enjoy, Costa Rica that you can enjoy. Panama has the best retirement plan as far as expats on the planet. I don't see why guys aren't taking advantage of Panama like they should. But we're going to be talking about those type of countries in the next upcoming days. Yes, I see we're on the same wavelength. Shout out to you, Rico. Say this sounds good cause I'm leaving Panama. He said because I'm leaning Panama. Yeah, I'm glad that you said that. I didn't even know that you had put that up there, Rick. I'm leaning Panama. Absolutely correct. Not too far away from home. You're not dealing with the everybody's gone to Mexico crowd. You're not dealing with the everybody's going to Colombia crowd. Brazil crowd. It is one of the banking capitals of the world. You still get a bang for your buck, and you can get not just a retirement visa, but you can also get a residency, which I have right here in Colombia. So shout out to all you guys that are considering Panama as well. I'm glad that you said it as I mentioned it. My man Don, aka Don JP. Good evening, Andrea, and all in the chat. Catch you on the replay. Understand, brother? All you guys that have a busy night, catch me on the replay. And shout out to our Canadian brother, like always.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh, Canada."
And shout out to all you guys that are supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. I'm going to drop the link for the Patreon as well a little later. You guys to support us on Patreon as well, because we've got a lot of stuff coming down the turnpike on Patreon. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we got my boy Trorsey. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Yourself, yes. He said, "What's up, good? What's up, family? What's up to you, man? What up, though?" Yes, sir. Glad to see that you're here. And my boy Roz in the building. Glad to see that you're here. Roz C, where I can. Okay, Roz C can see. Yes, sir. He said, "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Spence." He said, "Checking in from the ATL, them ATL boys." Yes, sir. Shout out to you guys that are down here.
What you really know about the Dirty South? What you really know about the Dirty South?
Shout out to you Dirty South boys that's down here with us, as well as you Virginia guys in the building. Appreciate you, Simple Logic, being here this evening from Chester, VA. Yes, sir. And my brother Kenny Peoples, always here showing us support and love and sharing all type of content. All type of content. I listened to your message earlier, Kenny, as well, and I agree with you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to David Dice of the Dice family once again. Shout out to Dave, and Dave says this: the family, Andrea and Andrea, what's good? Chat brothers, we had a good time last night, did we not? over on our Rumble channel. We had a good time. If you guys aren't doing anything on Saturday evenings, let me turn the music down just a tad bit. If you guys aren't doing anything on Saturday evenings, then you should be with us, Love Crossing Borders, over on Rumble. I kid you not, man. We have a good time over there. Every Saturday night, we watch like back in the day, double feature movies. So we watch everything from the black exploitation movies to the movies back in the 80s. Like this week, we watched one of the Shaw Brother Kung Fu movies, The Kid with the Golden Arm. I say bronze arm, but it's the golden arm. And then we watched Axel F in which is Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cops. And then next week we're going to be watching Beverly Hills Cops 2 and Dr. Detroit. Well, you guys have never seen Dr. Detroit with Dan Aykroyd, one of his best, funniest movies, hands down, Dr. Detroit. And he's a pimp out of Chicago that's supposed to be from Detroit. So that's what it's about. And it is funny. And some of your favorite actresses that blew up after Dr. Detroit. So you're going to see some of these ladies in here that are some of his ladies, of some of his pay-for-play ladies that careers took off after this movie. So we're going to be watching Dr. Detroit and Beverly Hills Cop 2 this Saturday over on Rumble. So we're going to be dropping the link throughout the week so you guys can join us over there. Shout out to all you guys. And let me scroll up just a tad bit again. Shout out to my man Jess Vaughn being in the building. Glad to see you're here. He says going on the run, Dre. He say, and Miss. He said, what's going on, Dre? He say, and the missus. Yeah, Andrea's in the other room. She's doing great. And the chat, good evening. Yes, sir. A salute for my brother David. Yes, sir. And all you other guys that are out there. Jay Anderson, the great, is here. He say, salute to you all. Let's get that salute in. He say, salute to you all in the chat. He say, Andre and Andrea Love Crossing Borders. Hope all is doing well. I hope all you guys are doing well. I keep you guys in our prayers. I don't say that flippantly. I really do drop to my knees for all of us, on behalf of all of us, to have the best lives that we deserve, especially when we're planning on living in other countries. Shout out to all you guys. Kenny said this. He said, I've been wondering last night's Rumble. It brought joy and laughter and smiles on my face while eating leftover Thanksgiving dinner. That's what it was all about. We were eating leftover. I had a glass of wine, and we just was enjoying leftover Thanksgiving food. And on Saturday night, and enjoying some old school Kung Fu movie with the Shaw Brothers. And shout out to Shaw Brothers Productions for all the movies that they put out in the 80s that we all grew up with. And we watched a Beverly Hills Cop 1. And so this week will be Dr. Detroit and Beverly Hills Cop 2. Yes, sir. Kenny says, you have two screens open on your cell phone version and your computer version. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's amazing that you can do that. I was like, okay, all right, show me a little something. And the comments pop up top. I'm like, okay, StreamYard, I am impressed. Yes, sir. And you can show some love. Yes, sir. Let me put that 100 off in there. Let me throw some hearts off in there. Yes, sir. That is fun. Yeah, autocorrect. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for letting me know about that. He say back for round 2. Yes, sir. Back for round 2. I'm glad that you back here, Elder Patron. Glad to see that you're here, brother. The boy in the building. He said, good evening, Just Bond said. He said, evening to you and your wife and the chat. He said, that's better. He said, I had to fix my sentence. Okay, I got you, Vaughn. I appreciate you, brother. I really do. And my family, my brother, Jay Fleming. Jay Fleming is in the building, sir. Yes, sir. Glad Jay is here. Glad Jay is here. Make sure you guys click that like button. We got 48 people in the building. Once you click the like button, it invites and opens up the door for others to come to the stream. Shout out to all you guys here. And shout out to my man, Raymond Mumford of the Mumford family. He say also good morning. Yes, to those brothers overseas on the other side of the world, such as my brother Kobe. Official Kobe is over there in Africa, such as brothers that are over there in the Philippines and Thailand, such as Ronin Traveler. So all those brothers that are in other parts of the world, good morning or good afternoon to you as well. And let's listen to David Knight say, he say, wanted to say thanks to this channel. He said, I just did my application for global entry. Boom. He said, trying to learn new things. And that's, we're going to talk about this tonight. The number one thing that I picked up and that I learned initially from watching people who were serious about relocating or travel, they initially were patient with themselves. Even though they were anxious to leave their home country, they took a deep breath and they were patient. I watched Taylor Made Dreams move to DR patiently. I watched H Live come to Colombia and travel the world patiently. Check and Effect patiently. I Am Marwa. These guys were traveling, but initially they were patient. And I picked that up from those guys. And I said, okay, Andre, as much as I want to get out of this country, and this was during the first Trump administration, I was like, Dre, you gotta be patient. And because of that, I did it right, and I didn't have to backtrack and go through a bunch of headaches because of it. So yeah, he said, I just did my application. Shout out to you, brother. That's great to hear. That really is good to hear. Shout out to Blackest Night in the building. Love that name, brother, the Blackest Night. He said, salute, brother Andre. Salute to you as well, kind sir. He said, hope that you had a great Thanksgiving. We did. It was about 10 of us. Let's see if I have the photo. It was 10 of us actually it was 12 of us that met up at the Marriott here in Cali, Colombia. Let me see if I have that photo in my phone. I know I have the video in there. Let me see if I have the video, if I got to show this video. Let's see if it shows everything. Yeah, there we go. It might not show everybody that's at the table, but let's see. I'm going to show the video. I'm going to show it with the volume off. So let's look at the video. This is really fun. And we're just going to try to make this an annual event. I won't lie to you, because it was that much fun seeing all the guys here. So let me move me down here out of the way. And let me showcase the little short video that I recorded. So this is at the Marriott. We got there earlier. That's why it was so empty. They were getting everything together, and they were really fancy 5-star restaurant meals. It wasn't like a buffet where you just eating off the just a regular buffet. They actually brought you really 5-star customized meals. So it was all of us there. Shout out to my man Vic right there. That's 0 milligram right there. So when y'all see 0 milligram, light-skinned brother right there, right sitting next to him is T-Mac. Then you got my brother Terrell sitting next to Andrea. And then you got Tay down there at the end. And then when they bring this video back again, I'm going to show you who was right next to me recording as I was recording. So of course I was sitting, this is my Uncle Jeffrey, Ghostface Jeff. And this our boy Rob. Rob's been down here to Cali, Colombia a few times. And Vic was the one, this is the cool part. Vic, the light-skinned brother, was 0 milligram when you see him in the live stream. He's the brother that actually purchased the book that we wrote. He said, I literally did step by step what you told me to do, Andre, in the book. You told us what to do. I did what was in the book. He came down here already with his visa completed. He was one of the few people that sat back and said, why wait till I get to Colombia to do my visa? I could go ahead and get my visa done prior to. And he worked thank you, baby. Turtleneck, thank you. I'm glad, babe. And Andrea says she likes me in the turtleneck. And he worked with T-Mac, which is sitting right next to him. So T-Mac because T-Mac is always in Medellin. So T-Mac connected Vic, 0 milligram, with some attorneys and was able to help him out. So it was quite a few of us that was there. And my man Will, all the way at the end of the table on their end, he lived in Medellin for 3 years, and he's been living here in Cali now for over a year. And so it's a lot of us that are down here. This is just a small portion of all the guys that come down to Cali, Colombia, and we have such a good time. Terrell got his own spot. The brother's looking at the camera right now. He's got his own spot down here. So he's one of those. He works with the he's a railroad engineer, so he works on the train. But he's just like I say, make America your second home and not your only home. And what I mean by that is Terrell makes all his money back home. He takes care of all his business back home, enjoys family and friends back home in the States. But his real home, where he has his relaxation, his peace, his connections, he goes to the gym, all those things is here in Colombia. And so it should be for a lot of us. America should be one of your homes, but it shouldn't have to be your only home. And that's what we talk about. That's what we talk about. So we had a great time. Shout out to our girl, Andrea. Shout out to our girl, Andrea. We had a really good time. All right. And this was us the same night. We had a good time. All right. Let me go back to me on the screen now. There we go. Shout out to all you guys that was there Thanksgiving Eve. And we're going to be doing that, I guess, every year on Thanksgiving. It's having fun. Let's scroll back up right here. I don't want to miss everybody because a lot of you guys. Let's scroll back up. I saw Jay Anderson. I got Kenny. I got El Patron, Just Vaughn, Jay. I got Ray. I got Kofa in the building. Yes, sir. Piece of Dre and Gents. Glad that you're here. And JL in the building. Yes, sir. Mr. Bird in the building. He said, what up, though? Yes, sir. What up, though, them Detroit boys?
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
He said, salute to you, my G. He said, respect to the mods, and peace to all. He said, if and when you can, check that vocal. I already know. Hey, I got a bunch of new ones in. I'm saving my new colognes for the cologne episode that we do. So I got some newbies in there. I don't have the Vulcan Black yet, but I got the one that's in the turquoise, the one that's in the one that's been blowing up over the last year. I got that one. So I got that one. Yes, sir. I got some niceies over here. Yes, sir. By French Avenue. Yes, sir. By French Avenue. French Avenue and Paris Corners are the same brand, just under different names. So French Avenue is I believe is the home, and Paris Avenue is the under, kind of like the little sister of their franchise or their colognes. And just like Lattafa has its own, you got Lattafa brand, but they under Lattafa, they also created Maison Alhambra. So Maison Alhambra colognes are actually Lattafa colognes, but they just created a sister brand. But we're gonna have fun talking about colognes. Yes, sir. I know about that Vulcan Black. I got the one in the turquoise, the one that just blew up over the last year. I've got that one. Julian says this. Shout out to Julian in the building. Julian says, looking at Colombia for real out of the next 3 years. That sounds really great, man. I love it here, man. I won't even lie. One of the reasons why I love it here, I don't look for a country to be perfect. I know the country that I come from is not perfect, so I'm not going to pretend that other countries need to be perfect, but I need them to not be the country that I just came from. You caught that? I don't need another country to be perfect because the country I came from is not perfect. I just need a country to not be like the country I just came from. That's what my goal or motto is. He said, no, Costa Rica is a good one. He said, but I believe and I've heard that they're expensive. That's true. Housing in Costa Rica, inexpensive. Travel, as far as Uber and stuff like that, inexpensive. But from all the dudes that I talked to, restaurants, because you know they use the US dollar, restaurants, food, like grocery shopping, stuff like that. Yeah, I did hear that about Costa Rica, that it is expensive, like for everyday stuff outside of your house or just transportation. He said, I'm checking out Panama because there's a Paisano visa, pension visa. He said that you can get permanent residency there easily. Absolutely correct. Panama is one of the easiest permanent residencies to get in the world. Not the only easy one, but one of the easiest. Me personally, I like Belize too. The only thing I would say about Belize, and I kid you not, and I study this, that's why you rarely hear me talk about Belize. This is my only reason about Belize. Beautiful sisters, beautiful beaches, wonderful community, right? Belize does not have the top medical as far as if you need your surgeries. Belize ain't known for having the best hospitals. For checkups, eye exams, they got them, but then they don't have them on that quality level that, that we're accustomed to. Like if you come to Panama, you can get quality. You go to Thailand or Philippines, you can get quality. Colombia's got the best hospitals in South America, so you can get quality. So it's the same thing in Brazil. But if you go into Belize, excuse me, as many of us are getting older, if anything happens, you need to be in an area in a country that has good medical services. And that's the reason why you rarely hear me talk about Belize. Anything other than that, I really like Belize. I really do. But their medical is just not, it's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not what we're accustomed to. And the last thing you want to do is move to a country and have to go backwards in regards to anything. Yeah, that's why I spoke about Belize. That's my opinion. And I researched Belize thoroughly. Yeah, that movie night was funny, man. Yes, it was. Shout out to my man DJ Davis in the building as well. He said, I thought the Panama currency was higher than Colombia because of the canal. I'm not sure about the currency part. I won't deny that part. But based off of everything that I'm seeing on YouTube and the interviews that I've done with people from that area, most of them are saying they're getting a bang for the buck and they're able to get their permanent residency like that. And a lot of people are sleeping on Panama. And it's right there. So this is the funny part. Panama is right there from the States, right there from Colombia, right there from Costa Rica. So let's remember, like I always say, guys, let me change this music real quick. This is an important part because we're going to talk about this a little bit tonight also. Remember this, guys. It is very important that you look at your home country. Remember how I always break it down with the three. The country you're going to be looking for. We're going to talk about that tonight. The city in that country. Everybody doesn't want to live in Rio in Brazil. A lot of guys are living wonderful lives off the beaten path of Rio, Sao Paulo, Brazil. A lot of guys are living wonderful lives in cities you haven't heard from that are major cities in Brazil. But they just aren't the tourist cities in Brazil, so you never heard of them. Just like people may not live in Orlando, but they might live in Tampa. A lot of people heard of Orlando a lot more than they've heard of Tampa, or they've heard of Miami a lot more than they've heard of Jacksonville. But you can enjoy other parts of Florida and not have to be in Orlando or Miami. Same thing with Brazil. So first things first, choose your country, but be ready to choose what city in that country that makes you choose that country. As you choose that city, be prepared to choose which side of the city, east, north, west, south, what side of the city is parallel to what your goals are. You have to consider which side. And just because this side is the party fun side, that's not necessarily means that's the side of the city that you want to live on for the rest of your life. You want, and I'm telling you, the mistake that I see a lot of guys make is this. You want to have a bat cave. I don't know why you guys hate having a. I moved to Cali, Colombia because it's a bat cave. Like Batman got the bat cave. Let's talk about the bat cave. We talked about this over the last few months. What was the bat cave like? It had all the computers in there, didn't it? He could work in the bat cave undisturbed, couldn't he? He could meditate, concentrate. That's what Batman, if he was sad, he could cry. That's what Batman was smashing a Catwoman in the bat cave. She was down there. His closest friend, Robin and Alfred the butler were at the bat cave, close friends. It wasn't the party spot, was it? Did Batman have most of his fights in the bat cave? No. So it was a place of peace, wasn't it? So the bat cave is a place of peace, a place of privacy, a place of your friends and your close colleagues. Superman could come to the bat cave. Wonder Woman popped up at the bat cave every once in a while. He could be himself at the bat cave, couldn't he? He could be either Batman or Bruce Wayne in the bat cave, couldn't he? That's what you should be looking for. Stop looking at these YouTubers that make these cities. I'm going to Cartagena. Cartagena is not made for everybody as their bat cave. Some brothers can do that, such as our brother Los. Shout out to King Los, Crypto King. He's made a full life. Shout out to our brother Jay, who's opened up an Airbnb hotel in Cartagena. I think this is the second or third spot. He always has the celebration where guys come together and meet up in Cartagena every year. These guys have built lives in Cartagena. They built a bat cave there, but not everybody is moving like that. Some of us don't move like that. So when you consider a country, you've got to be as adamant about what city you're going to be living in. You cannot sit back and say, I'm moving to Brazil. What city? Because I don't know too many expats that's still living in Rio full time. They will visit Rio. A couple of them will live in Rio. But every time I mention this, you'll find guys that go to Rio initially, and then they go to other parts of Brazil, and they love those other parts just as much as they loved Rio. And that will meet, and you ask them, where'd you meet your wife? Well, she lived in Brazil, but they never say they met their wife or their girlfriend in Rio. It's always this town or that city or this major city or that major city. So be ready, guys, to separate what country you want, what city you want, and what side of that city. Just because the woman that you like is from the hood of that city doesn't mean you need to live in the hood of that city. I see some of you guys make that mistake. You'll come down here and date an Eastside Cali girl in the hood and think you need to move to the hood. Just talking to a young brother the other day. He was like 26, 27 years old. Met him a nice young lady, but she was from Cali's hood. Guess what she convinced him of doing? She convinced him from moving from an area here in Cali. He was over here out north with us. She convinced him not to move to the nice side out south, not to El Pinon out west. She convinced this young brother, because he was coochie whipped, to move to the hood. You telling me that you guys are getting on planes, flying 600-700, almost 1,000 miles to Colombia just to live in the hood with a broke chick? Just to live in the hood with a broke chick. That's what you deserve? Or do you deserve better? That's why you have to analyze that. Shout out to my brother IMFF in the building. Yeah, you missed movie night, but we're gonna have another one, a great one next week. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm in the building. Yes, sir. And shout out to our brother T-Mac. Yes, sir. Who was just here a couple of days ago. He said, I just made it back to Medellin. Salute to all. Salute to you as well, brethren. Salute to you as well. DJ Ding says this. He said, my family is from Brazil. He said, and I will visit at some point. He said, but not until I'm out of the States. Okay, that's a good point. He said, Panama is almost dollar for dollar. I didn't know that. I did not know that. You know, because usually I'm going through Panama, so I haven't stayed like eating meals and stuff. I didn't know that. He said Panama almost dollar for dollar with America. From my homeboy said, he just went about 6 months ago, Panama City at least. Okay. He said, Dre, will you be doing the Guyana video? Will be done. He said, that's the place I want to check it to. This is what I got planned. This is why I'm kind of like stalling a little bit on Guyana, because I'm saving it for either next month, because you know next month is the fundraiser month, and I'm saving it also for next month, or I'm going to bring in the New Year's talking about Guyana, because of some great things that's coming down the turnpike, and I got some interviews with Guyanese people that will be able to help us out on the business side as well as the real estate side. Yeah, the new Assad elixir. Yes, sir. I know about that one too. Is a good clone of Hugo Boss bottle. Absolute. I'm going to have to check that new Assad elixir out, because I'm in the light blue bottle, because people have been bringing that one up, because I've got the original Assad in the black bottle, but the new one, yeah, people have been talking about. Shout out to Bobby Coltrane once again of the Coltrane family. He said, in our consultations, you can hear my tone. I'm serious. Yes, I do remember that. My man Ra, he said this. He said, you stress that be patient, and you are right. You're right. You're on the right track. Appreciate you, Andre. Yes, sir. Appreciate you too, brother. Shout out to my man Alexis in the building. Yes, sir. My dude. He said, hello, everyone in the chat. Andre, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And poor man 313.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Leave them Detroit boys alone. You know how they get. You know how they act. Shout out to my man Poy 13138. He says this, or 3138. He says, yeah, he said, I'm 50 Cent. He said, I'm patiently waiting, and all I can, he said, once I'm all healed, I will be traveling all over the globe. Yes, sir. All over the earth. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me scroll back down, make sure I didn't miss anybody. T-Mac says this. He says, some of these brothers can't resist the will of these broke chicks. I don't know what it is, bro. I kid you not. I don't know what the infatuation is with women that are impoverished. When you weren't, I'm gonna say this. The reason why I say this, I'll say the reason why I say this. I don't understand the infatuation with impoverished women when you weren't impoverished when you left the States. So we weren't on our last cheeseburger when we got on that plane. I don't think many of us were on food stamps or Section 8 when we left the United States. Can I say that? Then if your life was not impoverished, and especially for you dudes like me that ain't lived in the hood in over 30, 40 years, you ain't lived in the hood in 40 years. In no city. Oh, you probably lived in a black area or black community, but you didn't even live in the hood of the black community anymore. Can I at least say that? You worked your way out. Then why do so many of us go to these other countries and go and deal with the favelas in Brazil, the barrios of Colombia, and all these impoverished areas to get with women that come from impoverished families? Now, I'm not talking about working or non-working women. I'm not talking about if she has a job or not. I'm not talking about that. You know what I'm talking about, impoverished. I'm talking about if Sally Struthers was alive, your girlfriend could be on an episode of the infomercial, Feed the Children. For the price of a cup of coffee, you can feed Rico's girlfriend for the next 3 months. Not talk about you, Rick. For the next 3 months. That's what I'm talking about. Some of y'all girlfriends, whole family can be on a Sally Struthers feed the children's infomercial. For the price of a cup of coffee, you can feed Tim's 3 pay-for-plays for the next 6 months for the price of a cup of coffee. Please call in to feed the children. Why? That one, I don't get. And y'all be so proud when y'all fall in love with these broke chicks. I swear, y'all be like, I did it. Look at what I got. Y'all be looking like Will Smith. Look at what I got. And I don't get it. I did not fly all the way down here to be with a broke woman from a broke family that's going to try to drag me into the east side of Cali. Hell no, y'all crazy. But I see a couple of dudes that do it, and they be doing it with pride. And they'll look at me and straight in my face and be like, you don't know what you talking about. Well, I guess I don't, because I'm never going over there. I didn't bust my butt to get out the hoods of Detroit just so I can go and get to the hoods of another country. You out of your mind. You think I'm gonna live my last good years on this planet in the hood after I done bust my butt to get out the hood of Detroit, of Cleveland, of Atlanta, of New York, wherever you guys are from? Come on, all you Phoenix, Arizona dudes that was in the hood, all you dudes that was in the hood of Oklahoma, Utah, all you guys that was living in the hood, you done bust your butt to get out of the hoods of Miami, Liberty City, Little Haiti, just so you could go to another country and date hood chicks? And y'all want to call me crazy. Andre is crazy. Okay.
I'm not black, I'm OJ.
Okay. Andre crazy. He don't know what he's talking about. What am I? I'm a square bear, right? Shout out to Black Nobody in the building. Yes, sir. Jay says this. He says, you should see where I'm at in Benton. Man, I know you live in this. I know Benton Kia is nice, dog. I got a couple of partners living in the Benton Kia. And them dudes be sending me photos and videos, man. It's nice. He said it has to be a straight 6 or 5 at least, at the very least. Talking about strata zone 6 or zone 5. The highest zones in South America are usually like we're in zone 5, zone 6 where we live right now. The lowest zones are zone 1. And guys like to be with women in zone 1. I don't know why they do. Shout out to Bob once again. I don't know why they do, but they do. They do. He said, yes, Panama is dollar for dollar with the United States. I did not know that. He said, if you go to the ATM, it gives you USD. That I did know. I did know that. Andrew Craig Jr. is in the building. Yes, sir. He said, waiting to hear about countries. He said, I thought about Panama, Guyana, Uruguay, which is an excellent country that a lot of brothers are starting to go down to as well. He said it was some of them, Ecuador included. I would wait on Ecuador. I would visit Ecuador, but I will wait on Ecuador just because of some of the rebel things that they're going through, the kind of like the turmoil. In other words, the military, the Ecuadorian military is fighting against the rebels that's coming from the cartels and the drug dealers and all that stuff. It's really a big mess. Even the U.S. government's had to come down there and help them out. And they use the USD in Ecuador, but you still get a bang for your buck. A lot of retirees from the United States are in Ecuador, and I mean a lot. White people love Ecuador as far as retirement, so it's a great spot to go to, and it's a great spot to visit. But I would do just the visiting part right now. Like my boy Zay just left there. Shout out to Zay. Zay just left that area, and I know quite a few brothers have had a great time in Ecuador. But because of what's going on with the rebels, I would kind of like question living there. Oh yeah, movie night was fun. He said sounds like sounds like an episode of Mad TV. Shout out to Mad TV. He said, lowered expectations. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man K being in there. Sager being in the building. Cough. BMT. Yes, sir. Yeah, including BMT. Yes, sir. Shout out to BMT, Black Men's Travel. My brother Aaron. Yes, sir. T-Mac says this before we get ready to get started with the videos. T-Mac says that you have to build up that residence to beautiful chicas when you live in Colombia. Oh, I say residence, that resistance. You have to build that resistance to beautiful Colombian chicas. He said, when you first come to Colombia, you feel that you need to simp to keep them. When there are plenty around, that is a good point. Like that first year of coming to Colombia, maybe for many, that second year, they have that simp gene. I think we all go through it. But you got to remember, like he just said, you eventually, get patient with it. He said, I remember that brother who was supporting the family of the pay for play. Yes, I know a couple of dudes that came down here and did that. Supported the whole family of the pay for play. Not even a regular woman of the pay for play. He said that's the problem. Too many dudes trying to be cool and keep it hood. Yep, not me. I didn't bust my butt to get out the hood in the States just to go back to the hood in another country. Cause that's keeping it real. Man, y'all can keep it real if you want to. I'm gonna let you know I'm really not doing. Shout out to Theo in the building. He done crept up in here. He said, Zoe woman. He said, Comptia. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I caught that, Theo. He said, yeah. T-Mac said, I'm in Estrada 5. Yeah. And there's plenty of beautiful women in these areas. So that's why we're so adamant when we say we don't know why y'all go to the hood and get with hood chicks. Because in Strata 5, Strata 4, which is the basic working class locations in these countries or in the city, there are plenty of gorgeous women in Strata 6, 5, and 4. You don't even have to deal with Strata 1 and 2. There is no, I'm saying this, and I never said this before. There is nothing that can convince me for most of us. Now that some guys can pull this off. Now, I'm not going to go into the extreme. Some guys can pull it off. Not most of us. Most of us cannot date and relate to a woman that lives in impoverishment, especially if she got kids. That ain't none of our business. I'm gonna be honest. I know some of y'all date these broke, beautiful chicks because it feels good to rescue somebody. Let's change the music. We're gonna change it back in a second. I get it. I get it. In the States, no matter what race, they're making it hard to be appreciated as a man. Same thing in Canada. Same thing in the UK. Same thing in other Western countries. No matter what you do as a man, most of society is looking at you with some form of mockery. You hold the door open for a woman, they no longer say thank you. You take a woman out to dinner, it should have been a $400 dinner. You buy her a gift, she'll compare it to what her ex used to buy her. I got you. I get it. Here's the problem. So you come down to these other countries and subconsciously, I didn't say consciously, subconsciously, want to feel good about yourself. Not just feel good or have fun, but feel good about you as a man. And so you get on purpose with women that you think will need you. And as she hugs you and kisses you on your cheek and on your forehead, and her family smiles at you, it gives you that euphoria of, see, somebody appreciates me as a man for being who I am as a man. I get it. Now, You can lie and say that what I'm saying is not true. But you forget one thing. I'm a man just like you. And I want to be wanted and appreciated for all that I am as a man. I know that feeling. But I don't have to go to impoverished women to find it. And that's the mishap that a lot of men are making. Black men do it. White men do it. You try to find the poorest, but the prettiest. She can cook. She's clingy. She got the coochie. She only has 2 dresses, but hey, you can order her 10 more dresses on Temu. I get it, bruh. And if you think I don't, and you think I don't know what I'm talking about, I watch you too. I've been watching us for almost 8 years, bruh. Just watching. That's my job. Think about it. That's my job, to watch us as men and how we act in other countries. And for some of us, we get with these impoverished chicks not because we want to, but because we think we need to. And I'm here to tell you, as your brother, you don't need to. The women who have jobs, careers, or the women that have family dynamic. Let's say she's not a career woman, but she's a great woman for the home, a housewife woman. But she comes from a family that's not flat broke. She comes from a working class family in Thailand, or working class family in the Philippines. She comes from a working class family in Cambodia or Malaysia or Vietnam. And if you're in her life, cool. And if you're not, she's still cool. These women will appreciate you just as much as them broke heifers that y'all love to get when you're in other countries. That's why you'll never hear me correct women on YouTube when they sit back and say, and y'all be going to them other countries, getting with them third world broke chicks. A lot of you dudes do. Not most of us, but enough of us to where women in the States notice that you get your butt on a plane and you go up in them hills of Brazil and up in them hills of Colombia to mess with broke, impoverished, and go never have 5 generations of never had nothing women just to make you feel better about you. It has nothing to do with her. It's the fact that your home country doesn't make you feel good as a man. And so you go to these other countries so you can feel good about yourself as a man. Stop me when I'm lying. Let's bring that music back. All right. Shout out. Make sure I got everybody. Make sure I got K. Sager said this. He said, man, listen, stepdad equals need therapy and bad. Yeah, need therapy bad, man. These dudes be doing it. Shout out to Kevin Crawford of the Crawford family. Glad to see that you're here as well. Glad to see that you're here. Yeah, no, we're doing great. We're doing great. He said, give me a rundown of all the zones. So I just broke it down for you. So zone 1 is like poorest of the poor or the poorest of the poor. A lot of the zone 1s ain't even got they don't even got streets. They got dirt roads. Bruh, I'm telling you, zone 1, they ain't got no streets in most of these cities. It's just straight dirt roads, man. Or up in the zone 1 is also up in them hills. You like when you go to Medellin and all them shiny, Estrada 13 and all that, where y'all go touring. You can't go touring at night. I ain't going up there at night unless you know somebody. So you see all those places up. Guess what? As long as I've been here in Cali, I ain't never been up in them hills. Ain't got no business being up in there. That's zone 1. Then zone 2 can be in the cities but it's still the brokest area of the city. It's hood. So you ain't got no business in zone 2. You ain't got no business in zone 2 in any city in Colombia. I don't know why y'all want to pretend like y'all like on that side to say it's a good one. Everyone. I realize that there are some brothers. What's going on? Andrea says she's not even going.
I know it because I was raised with my grandma in those areas, and yes, but there's some levels. In Caleños, we already know. In Colombians, we already know. There's some zone in strata and barrios that people, even that, let's say like you going with normal outfit, right? But you energy show like you not belong here.
Yep. So even if you wear normal clothing, your energy still gives off that, wait a minute, you aren't from here. You're not even supposed to be here. Let's rob him. Let's rob him or rob her, because that person isn't even supposed to be here. Absolutely correct. Shout out to Andrea. So zone 1, zone 2, y'all ain't got no business being. As soon as the female tell you that she from zone 1, zone 2, why you still kicking on? She pretty? Have her come to your area and smash her. I'm gonna say that again. Have her come to your area. Go on, smash her. And send her right back to where she belongs, into the outer darkness. Falling in love with them, there's very few times I see it work out. Very few times. Shout out to my brother Jason in the building. He say, damn saviors. He say, nah, I'm good. He say, I'm qualified to save myself. Yes, sir. SYBM. Save yourself, black man. Yeah, man. These dudes think that I don't recognize it, man. I understand. I get it. I get it back home in society, man. They don't treat us good as men. And so we go to other countries and all of a sudden you getting hugs and kisses and appreciation and mom and dad shaking your hand. And you're like, wow, I never been treated like this before. Somebody cooking for me. She cleaning up your Airbnb for you. I got you. I get it. But man, listen. Nah. Yes, sir, T-Mac. Shout out to Timu. Yes, sir. Yeah. Shout out to Jamon in the building. Jamon says this. He said, what up, big brother? In chat room. What up, big brother? Hope everything's going great with you also, Jamon. And the last comment is our brother Kenny Peoples. He says that there are any upper middle class chicas and are there any upper middle class? Yeah. Yeah, there are plenty of women that got a. Here's the problem. Most dudes don't want to date the upper middle class women. Shout out to my man, Yorin's Do 22. Most dudes don't want the women that got a job. What? Most dudes are not looking for a woman that's a quality woman, whether she got a job or not. Let's not put it on careers. Because I know a lot of guys that got some quality women in their lives and not necessarily career women. There are a lot of good upper middle class women that have careers, that have their own homes. They've got, what y'all think? All these millions of cars in Colombia. Y'all think it's just men driving these cars? Just men driving these cars. So women can't afford to have a car in Colombia. There are women that have their own car in Colombia. What would you think? Only men have credit cards? There are women that have their own credit card accounts, their own bank accounts, their own investments, their own retirements. There are places that Andrea and I go to that are really nice and cost a little bit. And we see women that are there just hanging out with their girlfriends. It's not like, oh my God, I'm so broke, I can't go to that restaurant. No, they be there with their girlfriends just having a good time. Y'all just don't want them. When are dudes just gonna be real when it comes to this travel space? Y'all just do not be one of these women. Why? Because these women don't have time to be up under you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week while you're on vacation. And therefore, you need a broke chick that ain't got nothing going on and don't want to have nothing going on in her life. You need her to come from an impoverished family, A, so you can feel like you rescuing somebody. B, you need somebody that's on call. If you say, baby, I'm flying us to DR, you need somebody without a job so you can fly her to DR anytime you want to. If you want to fly her to Cartagena from Medellin, you can fly her from Cartagena to Medellin. Why? Because she doesn't have to call in to work and say, excuse me, can I get some days off? Because my boyfriend want to fly me to Medellin. You ain't got to worry about that. Why? Because your chick is broke. That's why y'all get with the broke chicks. You can take them out to dinner any time of the day. You can have them out to 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning any day of the week. You can have her out to 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday night. You can't do that with upper middle class women. That's why y'all don't talk to them. Y'all don't go to the gym because the broke chicks ain't going to the gym. They just naturally got that body. Thank God for it. But upper middle class women that live in zone 4, 5, and 6, these women are going to the gym, but y'all ain't going to the gym to meet them. Now, the guys that live in these countries do it, but the guys that are on vacation, you ain't going to no gym to meet no women. You need a broke chick that ain't got nothing going on in her brain and in her life. You need her broke, sexy, wild, and stupid. Let's be real. The dumber, the better. You don't care if she ain't had a job in 15 months. Don't worry about it, baby. I got all the money. And that's how y'all act. So when y'all act all surprised, like, are there any middle-class women? Yeah, plenty of them. But y'all don't want them. So why would I bring on an interview upper middle-class women on this channel? People that are like Andrea friends who have their master's degrees, and other women like this that live in really nice areas. Why should I bring on sisters on the show? If I were to bring sisters on the show, I know what y'all want. Y'all want the brokest of the brokest of the broke. A chick that as soon as you get off the plane, she can meet you at the airport right then, right there. Because she ain't got no job to call into to say, hey, I need to get off work a little early because my boyfriend coming in on a plane at 5 o'clock. But if you got a broke chick, she could be at that airport at 11 o'clock when your flight don't come in until 5 o'clock. That's why y'all love broke chicks. I don't know why y'all think the dudes that live here don't see what's going on. The people back in the United States, they don't know. Got it. They just assuming that they know. They don't know what the hell they talk about back in the States. Got it. But for those of us that live here, like the T-Max and the J Flemings that are always down here, and Official Kobe's and the Ista J Clyde, we see y'all all the time with that same routine. And we've come to the conclusion, y'all deal with broke chicks on purpose. And then I had to ask, why do they deal with broke chicks on purpose? And you know what I found out? Because broke chicks are the most convenient chicks. They're convenient. They're grateful. They're appreciative. Thank you, Papacito. Gracias. Make you feel like you el guapo. El guapo in Espanol meaning handsome, Mr. Handsome. Make you feel like you the man. So why would you, let's be real, why would y'all even date upper middle class women? They got a schedule, a routine. They'll see you when they see you when they see you. They're not gonna be missing days for you. Y'all ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do what I did. Y'all always talking about, oh man, we love Andre and Andrea's show. That's great. But y'all ain't gonna sit up there when Andre had to go to work all the times when I was here, down here in Cali. Like the first couple times, Andrea took vacation time. After that, I had to wait till Andrea was off work to see Andre again. Every day. Y'all ain't gonna do that. Y'all ain't gonna wait till that woman get off work. I never told Andre you need to quit your job because I'm in town. That's y'all. That's what y'all will do, man. And that's why y'all don't be getting the quality women that y'all be looking for, because you like broke, convenient chicks. Let's keep it a buck. He said, speaking of the gym, he said, any North Cali, oh yeah, gyms to go to, any North Cali gyms to go to. You got everything from Smart Fit over here to Body Tech to 24-hour fit. That's where Andre goes to, the 24-hour gym. You got quite a few. There's a bunch. I know there's a bunch of gyms. Like every other corner, there's a gym. So that's one thing you got to worry about, Andrew, if there's a gym. Yep, that's a good way of putting it, Ilham. Ilham, you attract your mindset. Hey, babe, I got a question for you before you walk out the door. Somebody asked a question: is Santa Monica in Cali okay? Okay, here's the question. Here's the question: is Santa Monica?
Santa Monica is good. Santa Monica is part of North. It's close to. It's 5 minutes away from Granada, and maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes away from Chipichape. So it's a good area. Yeah, Santa Monica. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah, we got a bunch of gyms we got Del Boy Tech in Chipichape. The gym that I'm going, the 24/7, Andre's going to the Smart Fit. There's plenty gyms in the 6th Avenue when they do, especially like Army. Yeah, but there's another one. They do like a special, like an Army, something like that, trainer or something like that.
I don't like the CrossFit guys.
Oh yeah, so it's a lot of like. I can tell that in Cali, doesn't matter what area, and doesn't matter what strata, there's always a lot of gyms. Always, you guys. Like that. That's cool. That's really cool because that lets you know, you phoners, that people here still like going in and have a good lifestyle and a good health. Even grandmas going, moms going, even old people or grandpas, they're always going to the gym. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Oh,
okay, cool. All right, so you heard it from Andrea. So that's a good area. Yep. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Andrea Wallace Spence. Jay said, no, he said, y'all stay out of the gym in Colombia. He said, stay out. We don't want you here. DJ said, he said, that's where my Airbnb is for the 8th through the 14th. Oh, yeah. That's what's up. That's what's up. And she's right. You're right between Chipichape and Granada area. And those are two really nice areas here out north. Shout out to Tori being in the building, Mr. Brown. He says, this evening, Dre, he said, I want a woman that has a job. Seriously. He said, if she doesn't have a job, I have to help her come up. Yep. I have to help her come up. If she has one, we come up faster, stronger, and not having a job. She would disturb me from doing. Yep. And so I always say that it's not about the woman necessarily always having a job too. And I agree with you, DJ Davis. But I mean, and Tori. But I also realize that not every woman has a job, but she comes from a good family. And her family's not impoverished. And she still make a great mate. Understand that those women exist. But I'm talking about, just like how Tori was saying, I'm not looking for a woman that needs to 1,000% lean on me, as if I wasn't here in the country, then their life would fall apart. I don't need somebody like that. I don't need somebody that if I was not here in Colombia, their life would seem like it's falling apart. Excellent point, gentlemen. He said, the lion, there are no gyms in Colombia. He said, don't Google, just trust me. Just trust me. He said, that's a good point. That's true. You can Google that too. There are free outside gyms all over Colombia. That is true. Like the park across the street from us, they do free exercising and lifting across the street from us. The park that's right down the street this way, they do the same thing. And there's another park that's not even 5 minutes away, right next to where my gym is. They do the same thing. So you're absolutely correct. There's always some type of fitness thing that's going on absolutely free in Colombia. He said, Bobby say, damn, Jay, let's go. Me and Jay think alike. I'm with you, Jay. Don't tell him. Tori says this. He said, pretty soon in Colombia, he said, Theo will have his gym. Well, yeah, we'll be going to the Theo Fitness Center. He said, and bring some money. Bring some money gym. That's what we'll call it. Theo's gym. We're going to be called Bring Some Money Gym. His motto, you get fit, I get rich. I like that. I like that one. You get fit, I get rich. It's a win-win. It's a win-win gym. Win-win gym. Yes, sir. Let's get started with the video, guys. Okay. Remember I said this episode is once again pen in hand. You want to take notes. First question you want to take notes with in regards to picking the country out. So let me put this down, remove this. Let me bring this back to the stage. First thing you want to pick, a question you want to ask yourself before you move to another country is, why are you moving? Health, wealth, peace. Do not be moving for a woman. That's a part of your peace. You want to find a good woman here. So don't be moving because of her. But when it comes to your health, your wealth, and your peace of mind, these are the reasons why you want to move to another country. So the first question out of the 10 we're going to be looking at is, why are you moving? What is your why? What is your why?
I've been seeing a lot of TikToks lately about people complaining about how hard it is to live in America and everything's more expensive and it's a third world country with a Gucci belt. And I just want you to know one thing. You are not crazy. That is fact. We rank 25th in the world for economic freedom.
You're just going to love this list.
129th in global peace. A land of the 15th freest.
The 15th freest country, but we're number one when it comes to bragging about freedom. We brag about being free, but we got to censor what we say on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram. But I thought we were the land of the free. We got to censor what we say walking down the street. We got a country where you got to give the right pronouns when you're talking to somebody. I can't just say her or him anymore. But it's the land of the free. Let's continue on.
15th. 17th for quality of life. 20th for gender equality. 18th for healthcare. But we spend more than anybody else.
True. Actually, among all 140 plus countries, we rank number 39 this year. Colombia is ranking number 32. To where for 10 years, we were ranked number 69, and Colombia was ranked number 37. In other words, America has never even had, at least I know in the last 10, 12 to 15 years, has never had a better healthcare service than the United States. And when it comes to medical researchers, do realize most of Americans, successful medical researchers, are doctors and surgeons and specialists that were foreign born. In other words, if they didn't have a visa to get into the United States, most of the modern day inventions in the United States would not have even occurred in the United States. Most of the technological successes that have happened in the United States, the Silicon Valley bust, boom, that would have never happened if America hadn't let in foreign thinkers into our country to make our country better. Don't you ever think that it was just the red, white, and blue that was inventing all the stuff in America. It wasn't just us. In many cases, there were doctors and surgeons and specialists and inventors from other countries that came to the United States.
We have the lowest life expectancy for men and women of any country with a high GDP.
Absolutely correct. Remember I said that before? Of the top GDP countries in the world, like Finland, Switzerland, UK, Canada, United States, I mean the top dogs, right? Australia, of the top 10 top dogs in the world, Russia, United States medical and life expectancy is number 10 of 10. We are the worst top economic country when it comes to the longevity of our people and our healthcare system. Yet we rank number 6 in the world for malpractice lawsuits for leaving items inside of a person's body after surgery, whether it be gauze, you know, the cotton. We're famous for leaving that. Surgical tools. We're famous for leaving the disease inside the body. We thought we took the disease out on the left-hand side, but the surgery was supposed to be for the right-hand side, and we actually left the disease in the body and took out the wrong parts. We'll cut off a left leg when the surgery said cut off a right leg. We're number 6 in the world for malpractice, guys. Not putting down our country at all, but these are just stats. And so when people want to sit back and say, well, you putting down our country, this is my country too. My country, 'tis of thee also. But the truth is the truth when you compare us globally to other countries. So the first thing you want to look for is your why.
We rank second to last in childcare quality, 29th in work-life balance, no surprises there. Pay attention, because this is a weird one. The scale for this one says that the number 1 country has the highest rate of poverty. What that means is 54 countries have a lower poverty rate than the richest country in the world.
Let that sink in. 54 countries have a lower poverty rate than the United States. 54 countries.
We do, however, rank number 1 in a few places. We are absolutely killing the game in the cost of college. Number 1, baby! Scotland tried, but we do have the highest rate of overdoses. And you can always rest assured that you live in the richest country in the world, except that the richest 10% own 70% of the wealth and the bottom half are fighting over 2.5% of it. What I'm trying to say is if you feel like you're struggling just to survive right now, and this seems like a bunch of bullshit, it's because it is a struggle to survive right now, and it is a bunch of bullshit.
What if the American dream isn't actually in America anymore? You probably grew up hearing the same story. Work hard, buy a house, live the dream in the US. But look what's actually happening. The State Department estimates around 9 million Americans now live abroad, about double what it was in 1999. A 2025 survey found 17% of Americans are considering moving overseas in the next 5 years, and another chunk are already actively working on it. And here's the wild part. Gallup just reported that 40% of younger American women say they want to permanently leave the country, the highest number they've ever recorded, and more than double the rate for young men. People aren't just chasing cheap. They're chasing a version of the dream that actually feels safe, affordable, and sane. Walkable cities, better work-life balance, less chaos, more time with family. So if you've been feeling like the dream might live somewhere else, you're not alone.
Why did you move out the country? Why did you move out the country, gang? I'm financially free. Ain't that what we all strive to be? Ain't that what we all want is to be financially free? I don't have to have a car no more. I don't have to pay car insurance. I don't have to have all these big overhead bills. My water bill $3. My electricity bill $23. My rent is $700. I'm on the 20th floor. I'm on the 20th floor, and I got a house clipper that come and clean my crib every Wednesday. Y'all be saying all these other stuff, bro. I am free. I don't have to worry about the way I dress. I don't have to buy designer clothes. I don't have to look a certain way because I'm not in America.
All right, we got number 2. Numero dos. Number 1 is we just looked at. You say dude kind of looks like Deion Sanders. Yeah, he does have that little Deion Sanders-ish back in the day look. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So first question you're going to write down is, hey, Why am I moving to these other countries? You got to know your why. Each one of these people gave whys, whether it was freedom, whether it was economic freedom or balance, whether it was health, whether it was safety, whether it was medical. You got to know your why. Don't make your why about what you do on vacation. Let me, before we go to number 2, let me put it like this. There's a difference, and you've heard me say this, and I talked about this in the book, Anywhere Possible. Anywhere is Possible on Amazon, right? There's a difference between the vacation you and a relocation you. I dedicated a whole chapter to this. The biggest mistake that you can make as a relocator is dictating where you're going to live, how you're going to live, what side of the city you're going to live based off the vacation you. The vacation you moves completely different, spends different. Don't think about certain things like medical insurance, life insurance, like the relocation you will. The vacation you looks at women in that country differently than the vacation you do. Vacation you wants her. Relocation you is like, let me get settled. Let me start dating here, dating there. Let me get to know some ladies out here. And you're kind of like a little bit more mild, just a little bit more mild. Vacation you will pay for play all day long. Relocation you say, hey, I might do it every once in a while, but it's not a big deal. Always remember, do not ever let the vacation you dictate what the relocation you needs to do. Some of you have vacationed in DR and moved to DR, but you didn't let the vacation you decide that. You looked at DR on 1 or 2 of your trips as a recon. Like I said, let me really look at the country or the island, get to know the island, get to know the people if I want to live here. You did your recon. Same thing with us in Medellin or Cali or in Thailand or in Philippines. You did your recon. You said, okay, I had my fun in the Philippines. I really like it. So now let me really look at what city or what area of a city I really want to live in the Philippines. Our vacations in this part, but I really want to live in this part. So even if you're choosing the same country that you vacation in, you'll still have to do recon as a relocator. So don't forget that, guys. That's very, very, very important to remember. Know your whys and do not let the vacation you answer all the questions of why you're moving to that country, because your relocation you should know that or start to know that. Now, he said, I read that one. Shout out to Nazarene of the Way in the building. He said, I remember seeing his videos when he was going viral. Yep. Shout out to that brother. And shout out to you guys that supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. Appreciate you guys. Let's go to the next question. Move me down here. Can I adapt to this new country? Your second question you want to ask yourself even before you move to that new country. Can I even adapt to that country? Language, culture, can my routines, my daily routines adapt to that country? When I'm going to this new country, what about the habits that I have? Some of you guys come to Cali, they don't smoke that much here. But if you go to Bogota, they smoke cigarettes everywhere. You might smoke cigarettes in France, is great. But if you go to other countries, France or Spain, you can get away with that. But if there's other countries in Europe you go to, they may not smoke as much. And so you might feel like, everywhere I am, they're smoking. I'm not with that. I had to take that in consideration. Dude, when I decided to choose Cali outside of Bogota or Medellin, one of the things that I took consideration as a non-smoker, do I want to be in a city where they predominantly smoke? Bogota is a predominantly smoker city. Love Bogota, the world's within the top 25 largest cities in the world, twice the size of Chicago, larger than the population of New York. Great infrastructure, great food, but I don't want to be around smokers all the time. Cigarette smokers, right? So I had to take that consideration. Same thing with Europe. Parts of France, they smoke cigarettes every time you turn around. You got to take that in consideration. So can you adapt to that country? They're not gonna adapt. They don't need to adapt to you. They ain't got to change for you. But can you bring your routines in that country? I didn't go to say, I'm going to go to Bogota and they better stop smoking. I didn't do that. I said, well, that's their culture. And so let me see if my routines or habits can adapt with that culture. If it can't, such as Bogota, then start to choose locations that could gel with your routines, your habits, your goals.
This assimilation thing is a big deal. Again, any of you who's an American, you ever traveled to another country and stayed there for any significant amount of time, you could be in another country for a month. They expect you to assimilate to their ways. You can't just do what you want to do. And Steve Bannon said, the converts sit in the back. That means when you convert to someone else's space, you can't just go to the front of the room and tell everybody else what it is. You sit in the back of the room and you learn what it is, and then you adapt to what it is. Then maybe one day you get to move to the front of the room and talk.
It's difficult moving from our country to a different country because our country is very different. As an American moving somewhere, you have to be open to change. You're changing yourself specifically. The culture around you is not going to change. You have to be willing to adapt to what they're already doing. Now, please be aware of what's going on in the country that you're moving to.
Can you give us some advice for someone who wants to come to Japan in the future?
It's not our country. We need to adapt to them. Of course, learn the language because it's a game changer. Japanese people, they recognize when you're making some efforts and they respect a lot. Recently, there was like so many bad foreigners doing some stupid things, and there is a bit of tension. There is many people hating, like making some stupid comments about foreigners, but we're not all the same. There is so many older foreigners I know, maybe 99%, they're so interested. They're living here, they're working here, they're paying the tax here, they're doing good thing, and they are interested by Japanese culture. So yeah, if you want to come with good mindset and good intention, and don't forget to remove your shoes before going inside the house.
Great point. Great point. So remember, guys. When you're going to another country, you're going to have to realize that it's all about adaptation. I know we as Americans and people from UK and Europe, we got this big old ego and we think that the world should adapt to us. What do you mean you don't know English? How dare you not know English? I get it. I know we got American ego. You mean you don't put barbecue sauce on your ribs? Well, as an American, we have to realize that we have to adapt to those countries. I like what the Nazarene of the Way said right here when he said, I grew up around smoking. I did too. He said, and I can't stand it now. I'm the same way. He said, yeah, simulation is the goal, not conquering. We are not going to these countries to conquer. I like how you worded that. We are not going to these countries to conquer these countries. We're not Christopher Columbusing these countries. We're going to these countries because we feel that we have a better option of health, wealth, longevity, peace, whatever it may be, your why, in this new country compared to your home country. And since you feel like that, because that's how I felt, you want to make sure that when you go to this new country, that you don't make the mistake of assuming that they have to adapt to you and not you adapting to them. My transition in America, from North America to South America, was smoother because I was at peace with being on learner mode, always learning while I'm down here and not trying to prove that I'm American. I remember one time I was driving. I was driving here in Cali, Colombia, and Andrea, when I first got my driver's license, and I was like, well, in America, we would do this. In America, we would do that. And Andrea just turned to me while I was driving. Well, babe, you are not in North America anymore. And she said it like, let it go. I'm tired of hearing you talk about in America, we drive like this. And in America, we drive like that. I'm tired of hearing you talk about how you drive in North America. If you want to drive in South America, then do this. Stop complaining. And she was right. I had to adapt to their way of driving if I want to drive in this country. And now a lot of you guys, when you see me drive, you be like, man, Dre, you drive through this country like it's nothing. That's because I had to adapt. I had to stop thinking how Americans would drive in North America, and I had to accept how South Americans drive. And now it's been smooth. Have I had my little hiccups here and there, just like I will have in the States when it comes to driving? Yeah, but for the most part, no issues at all. No issues at all. And that's how that is. Yeah, Nazareth said, where you vacation is where you are, where you have your fun. Where you relocate is where you make a family. This is true. Shout out to my man Slick being in the building. Slick said, he said, yo, Dre, what's going on? You see what's going on? We're talking about the night's topic, which is the 10 questions you will ask yourself before you relocate to another country. Before you consider relocating to another country, these are the 10 questions that you definitely need to ask yourself. And for many of us that have been successful with relocating, this is what we did. These are the questions we asked ourselves. He said that Western idea of imposing our culture on everything, I find many foreigners dislike and consider prideful. Yes. Yes. Do you know one of the first compliments I got here? Yeah. One of the first compliments I got here. Andrea's family said to me, my wife's family said to me, you're not one of those rude Americans. Now, have I had rude American moments? I have. I mean, but I've been here for, almost a decade. But for the most part, I try to do like my brother said. I try to assimilate. I don't try to agitate. I don't try to act like I'm better than. I don't try to walk around and act like they owe me English. I was the one that came to a 96% Spanish-speaking country, Portuguese-speaking continent. Who am I to sit back and tell these billions of people they should learn English? So that American pride, because they expected it. My wife's family expected me to be that egotistical American when I came down. And they realized that as they got to know me, I was nothing like that. He said, who was number one in health in the world? I believe it's Thailand. I believe Thailand medical is number one in the world. Let's look that list up. Let's look that list up. That's medical in put that 2025 on there. I'll actually put it. I'll do it as 2020. Well, 2025 is almost over. I was gonna put 2024. I'll put 2024. We're gonna take a look at that. That's a good question. Let's see. Oh, they also have the 2025 list up. Let's see what it is. Oh, wow. Let's take a look at this real quick. Let me screen share that. Add to stage. Remove from stage. We'll come back to that in a second. Let me add this to the stage. All right, let's take a look. Top countries. Let me blow the screen up a little bit so we can see it even better. That's too big. All right, check it out. Top 5 countries with the best health care. Taiwan, South Korea, Australia, Canada. Now, this is the 2025 list. Best healthcare in the world. I'm going to look at another list just in case. Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, Israel, Belgium, Switzerland, Japan, Singapore. Now, this one doesn't have the number right here. Singapore, Morocco, United States. I know this is off. Oh, here we go. Number 68. United States is number 68. Let's put this in the healthcare. So, okay, this is the best. Taiwan, Denmark. Okay, here we go. Here we go, the listing. Here we go. Let's look at it from this point. Taiwan, South Korea. We're looking at the healthcare index. By number. Here we go. Let's go by number. Is it by number? See, this one is confusing. Is it by number? Let me see if I can find a better one for us. This is 2024. No, that one's not the one we're looking for. Countries in 2025. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is a little bit more clear. Taiwan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands, Germany, Norway, so forth. Let me blow this up a little more so we can see it clearly. They got the United States at 15th. I can't see it because it's never been that high in the last 20 years. That means that in the last 2 years, the United States jumped from number 69 to number 15. I don't think so. I got to see why the United States. I have to research that. Why the United States jumped in. It's been number 69 for 10 years. And then in 1 year, it jumped to number 15. No. So let's scroll down. We're in the 30s. France, number 25. Spain, number 26. UK, number 27. Now we're in the 40s. Let's see where Colombia is on this list. So we don't even see Colombia. So this list got to be off because look at this. They've got Venezuela number 65. Venezuela has never had a better medical than DR. So you telling me it's better than Ecuador, Kuwait, Morocco, Venezuela now. Iraq, Peru, Colombia at number 81. Come on now. That can't be right. Thailand lower than Colombia at 83. There is no way in the world that Thailand has been in the top 10 medical for like forever. The Philippines. Oh, this list is way off. Malaysia at 87. Vietnam. Yeah, Vietnam is down here with the Congo. Yeah, this has got to be off. This can't be right. They consider medical infrastructure, medical costs, government readiness, and health index overall. Okay. Now, health index overall might be correct with 56 for the United States, but let's see what they say with Colombia. I can't believe they got Thailand all the way down under Vietnam, under Venezuela. No, these can't be right. Philippines 32. Guyana 27. Ghana 27. No, that list is off. Let us see. Let's see if this one has a more updated list. This one has United States at 12. United States is not that good. I love my country, but it is not that good. But let's get back to the topic at hand. It is not that good. It's got Thailand under Vietnam. He said Thailand just finished building a brand new facility. He said, and I mean, it's a town and it has a building. It's a low town, nothing but the most high-end medical facility in Southeast. I know this. That's why I was like, man, this list is off. There is no way that I would not believe that the United States is number 15. That will not happen. He said, if you have Chat GPT account, it'll be more accurate. While we're watching the next videos, I'll look at Chat GPT and DeepSeek. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, that list is backwards. There is no way America's going to go from 69 to 15. But let's go back to the video. Let's pull this down, remove this, and add this to the stage. Number 3. So let's look at the third thing when it comes to before you relocate to another country, the 10 questions that you need to ask yourself. Let's look at number 3, and it is, what does a good life cost in that country? Your housing, your health care, your hobbies, etc. What is the cost of living in that country? Month to month. Some people are going to another country as retirees. Some people are going as digital nomads. Some are going as investors. All of us have different economic scales of why or how long or what is it going to cost for us to live in that country month to month. You need to know that about that country. If you go into that country and you're just going there to live your life and your routines, it might work out well. But if you're going to that country trying to be like you were on vacation and spend $5,000 a month, when that country on average is like $1,500 to $2,500 a month, you can live a great middle class life. But you're spending $5,000 a month, then you got to ask yourself, what am I doing with the extra $3,500 to where I'm spending like I'm on vacation? I'm spending as if I'm on vacation. These are the questions that you're going to have to ask yourself.
I'm 20 years old. Why is a one-bedroom apartment $600, $1,600? Like, oh my God, for 500 square foot. Rent prices is outrageous. And then these jobs, they're bare minimum jobs. Like, I'm supposed to be in customer service. Before I was a server, I was working in like fast food restaurants, and nothing against them, love it, but we need them jobs. But why are you yelling at me over a burger? So it's one of those type of things. It's like the work life, trying to balance out school, trying to balance out finding housing. It's just overhyped. Like, I really waited my whole whole life to grow up and do this.
So in Colombia, it takes it to an extreme, to a standpoint where it's actually very hard to get a mortgage. So what this does is it creates a relatively stable real estate market where very few people have a mortgage. In the United States, about 60% of people have mortgages. Well, in Colombia, that number is 3.
I want you guys to realize that when you come to Colombia to purchase a home, whether you be a native Colombian or whether you be a foreigner, whatever country you're looking at and you're looking to purchase property, you have to consider, am I a person that has to have a bank loan in order to purchase a home, or am I going to be patient like the locals and it may take me 5-10 years to save up to purchase the type of home that I want? I'm going to make a point with this. Let's say you want to buy a house in Colombia and it's 80,000, and you want to put in another maybe 10,000 to make it just like how you want it. Number 20, maybe another 20. It's 100,000 in all. Well, in Colombia, if you are a Colombian-born local, that don't mean that you're going to be able to get a loan. Colombia does not have that many loan or banking opportunities as much as the States do. All of us take out loans in the States for the most part to get a home, right? Like we do with cars. It's not that common in Colombia. It can be done, but they would rather wait and save up and not be stressed out. And that's why you see Colombians living with their parents to 31, 32, 33. Why? They're saving up. And when they finally see that house that they want to get, they purchase it with cash. And this is the funny part, how Colombians are doing. They'll save up until they can buy 2 or 3 apartments. Man, you'll see a Colombian that's making great money, still living with his mama, and he 34 years old. Or she 29 years old. And you know what they'll do? A new condo, a group of condos will go up and they'll say, let me get 4 of those. Mama, I'm buying one for me, and I'm gonna rent 3 out as Airbnbs and make my money. Or I'll rent 2 of them out as Airbnbs and rent 1 of them out as a local to locals, and this other one I'm gonna live in, mama. I'm moving out. I'm 35 years old. I'm moving out. I've saved enough money to do that. That is very common. Some of y'all, look at how young your Airbnb host is. Some of y'all got an Airbnb host, he 27 years old. And he like, I got 2 or 3 spots. You're like, how did you got 2 or 3? You're 27 years? Because they stack. So in some cases, yes, locals get mortgages, but not most. And that's why you ever notice about Colombians, they're never in a rush to sell, and there's never in a rush to rent. Why? They're never in a rush to rent you their spot because they don't have a mortgage to worry about. Whereas in the States, we got a mortgage to worry about. So we like, I better rent this spot out to somebody. But in Colombia, they're not really pressed to either sell it. Like you say, I want to buy it. They're like, hey, 110,000. You like, I'll give you 85. That's all right. And they're so nonchalant about it. They don't be so stressed. They be like, that's all right. I'll sit on it another 10 years. They will sit on a piece of property another 10 years. And we as foreigners will scratch our heads like, well, why don't they sell it? Because they don't have to. Why don't they rent it? They're not stressed out to do it like that. To whereas we in the States think like that. So when we go back to other countries, make sure that you realize that a lot of how they do things in other countries is not how we do it back home in our country. You see, so how do local Colombian or South Americans drive? Control chaos. Like chaotic, but it's controlled. He said rent out an apartment or a condo for the month. Yep. Shout out to Neil being in the building. Neil says this. He say put it just less, avoiding the roommate style in America. And that's bad here. I can understand that. I knew T-Mac was going to have something to say about this too. Shout out to T-Mac. He said, a used property mortgage is difficult in Colombia, but new development property, that's true. That is true. And don't let that slide by. When you see some of these newer buildings, yes, they will say, you put while we're building the building, in many countries it's like this. While we are building the building, give us $25,000. As it's taking us a couple of years to put the building up, or a year to put the building up, you'll be paying us $2,000 a month towards that. So when the condo goes up, it is all yours, completely paid off, and all you put was $25,000 down and $2,000 a month or $3,000 a month. And when the building goes up, that's your place. In some cases, people will get 2 or 3 of them, and these are your condos, and they're all yours. Theo is absolutely correct. An older building, it is hard to get a bank loan for anybody. But these newer buildings that are going up, the building owners are pre-financing it for you by saying, if you put down 20% or 25% or 10%, whatever it may be, for this new building before it goes up, by the time it goes up, you will have either paid off or most of it paid off before they give you the keys. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. He said they have 2-year payment agreements. Thanks for letting me know about that. 2-year payment agreements with a contractor, and their bank will finance. Absolutely correct. He is 100%. And Andre and I have the reason why I can say that. A, T-Mac knows. B, Andre and I have been in on those meetings. We've literally been on the meetings for the new buildings that are going up, and they actually say it like that. And they're like, this how much you need to put down, and then this how much that you'll owe per month for this particular place. 100% correct. 100% correct. So just in case you're trying to buy in Colombia, we would recommend, in other words, based off of what he just said, and what I noticed, you'd be better off buying a new development. But I want to hear what you have to say about this, some of you guys. Let me see what else. I'm coming back to you, Slick, in a second. Before we talk about your spot in Brazil. He said, I have a real estate development company. He said, I learned some of the game from the other American contractors that build in Colombia. I offer a 2-year mortgage for properties because interest is insane here. That is correct. The interest rates in Colombia is crazy when it comes to a house. Ain't like the States where it's like that 1% or 1.2% or less than 3%. Or that, like 14, 15, 16%. Yeah, it's high. He's not lying. So, hey, if you guys are thinking about buying a piece of property in Colombia, you might want to reach out to our brother T-Mac. Shout out to you, T-Mac, to at least get some information if you're not going to buy directly from him. My man Slick says this. Shout out to Slick once again. He said, that's how it was for me on my house in Brazil, Andre. He said, now I owe only 98, now only owe 9,700. He said, and I'm done. Because he put down a down payment on a developing piece of property. And since he did that with a developing piece of property, he's only 9,700 away from accomplishing his goal. Yep. Shout out to that brother. He said, I definitely want to own my own home in South America. No rent. Now, I want to hear what some of you guys have to say, especially T-Mac and Slick and all you other guys. I've heard this before also. I know guys that don't purchase property in other countries because after 4 or 5 years, some of the things that's being offered in the new rental spots, you can just up and move. I know, I'll give you a perfect example. I know an older couple in Medellin. they move to a new spot every 3 to 5 years because that new condo that just went up has a lot more amenities than the building that they're currently in. So they're like, they moved to this building in 2021, and it had a swimming pool and a gym. But the building that's across the street has a better view now that it's built. It's got a library, a workstation, a little mini store, a gym, and a huge swimming pool. And then they said a couple years after that, they might move to another one that's just developed. And so let me know how you guys feel about purchasing in a building that's currently what it is, or renting and just kind of renting from better place to better place to better place as amenities improve over the years. T-Mac says the appreciation here is that is not that good in many places. He said, I would rather buy new developments and rent in inexpensive place. That's another thing that a lot of people do. That's very common in Colombia, to actually own a spot but rent it out and actually live somewhere else. Colombians do that a lot. They will actually own 3 Airbnbs but don't live in none of them. They either live back home with their parents or they'll rent somewhere else, like T-Mac was just saying. He said rent an inexpensive place. He said I will buy in a finance or buy a finca farm. He said I will buy a farm, but I am less interested in buying an apartment to live in. I'm with you with that. He said I would rather buy a new development and rent them out. Good point. Great point. That's how we got our place. Our place is owned by somebody else. They rented it out. We've never met them. We've met the realtor that's over our place, but we've never met the owners. They don't live in our building, but they own 2 or 3 pieces of property in this building, but they live somewhere else. I got partners where their landlord lives in the States. Is a Colombian person that bought property when the building went up, and they don't live in the building. They rent the building out, and with the money, they stay in the States. So yeah, I agree with T-Mac in regards to that. So let's go back to number 3.
And if you don't have to make a monthly payment, then you're never really put into a position of having to sell. And therefore, it's very difficult to have a real estate crash. The market's far more stable.
How much does it cost you a month to live in Bogota?
$1,000.
So much cheaper than New York.
Yeah, definitely.
So what's your most irresponsible expense a month?
I would say latte, coffee,
Lattes?
or matchas, or I love cooking, and I also buy fresh salmon. That is like my weekly most expensive item in my grocery list.
I bet it's really good. How much does it cost you for the best salmon?
$40.
Yeah, that's even expensive in U.S. terms.
Yeah, exactly. But we don't have wild-caught salmon there, so it's imported to Bogota.
Ah, okay. So it's even more expensive because, right, you're landlocked.
So when I sit back and I say, if you're going over $2,500 as a single man in Colombia, in any part, maybe Bogota, I could move it up to maybe $3,000 a month. But if you're spending more than $2,500 a month in Colombia, you just tricking money off. And the reason why I said that in that clip, I'm talking about your basic cost of living. I'm talking about your Wi-Fi. I'm talking about your cable. I'm talking about your internet. I'm talking about the housing, the water, and your transportation. I'm not talking about your entertainment. I'm not talking about your going out and having fun expenses. I'm talking about just your basic everyday monthly expenses. When you're initially coming to Colombia, you do not have to spend $2,500 a month. For some people that do, hats off. But for most people that are coming here, you don't have to spend that much. Our monthly expenses, I've been here for almost a decade, and I could say Andre and I together in the upper middle class, zone 5, our monthly expenses are about $1,700 a month. Everything. Our 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, two bathroom in the upper middle class area of Cali is only $650 a month. Our utilities, Wi-Fi, cable, add all our utilities as well as Wi-Fi and cable together, that may be another $120, $130 a month. Food expenses. So as far as groceries, that's probably a chunk, because when I eat, because I'm a pescatarian, so just like the other young lady, I eat very healthy, fresh foods, but most of my fish are caught around Colombia. And then we always having fresh fruits here. And so our grocery expenses might be a little bit more than the average bear. The other expenses as far as the business, calculate that in there. I kid you not, we don't cross 2,000. Now, the other expenses like going out to good dinner or vacation or a movie or a concert, that's not really your monthly expenses, because that can differ. Buying food or shoes or whatever that is, that could differ. But if you got something like your gym membership, all those things, your regular monthly expenses all combined, shouldn't be over $2,000 a month. There's no way in the world y'all spending $2,500 a month. I be seeing y'all getting Airbnbs in Medellin, in El Poblado, $1,700 a month. You motherfuckers crazy. No, you shouldn't be doing that to yourself. You shouldn't be doing it to yourself. T-Mac says this. T-Mac says, he said, my expenses might be $1,700 a month. He said, I've spent less than $2,500 a month, including paying 2 employees and child support. And we ain't living in no huts. We not living in the honeycomb hideout for all you old heads. We're not living in the honeycomb hideout. So if y'all thinking that we're just slumming it over here in these other countries, we let y'all think what you want to think. He said, after I pay off my first house, he said I will buy a second house for about 45 grand. He said, which is a brand new 3-bedroom in Airbnb, the second home. Absolutely correct. Shout out to you and the brothers in Brazil. Shout out to you and the brothers in Brazil. So let me continue on with the video in which I was on. Not as a single person. There's no way. I wish I would. You could get an apartment that's like $800 in Colombia that's got all the bells and whistles of a $4,000 apartment in the States. Ain't no freaking way. So I'm with my brother. Let's bring that back real quick. You could get an apartment that's like $800 in Colombia that's got all the bells and whistles of a $4,000 apartment in the States. Ain't no freaking way. So I'm with my brother. So here we go in Medellin, $1,200 apartment, just $1,200. Look at what you get. Now, you know you're not going to get this for $1,200 in the States, in Canada, or in UK. So let's see what you get for $1,200 a month in Medellin, Colombia.
so as you guys know, I live here in Colombia, in Bogota. So some people have been asking, how do you rent or get an apartment here in Colombia? So I'm gonna give you, just from experience, 2 methods. Number 1, you can reach out to the agency or the, I'm gonna butcher this, but the Inmobiliaria, and you can tell them, hey, let's bypass all those policies, and can you please help me out? I'm an American, can you just rent me an apartment for a year? The second option is you can have a friend or family member co-sign for you here in Colombia. A lot of you don't have family here, but you can ask a friend. In my case, this apartment I rented because my girl signed the paperwork. The first apartment I got though, I bypassed everything by just asking the agency to do me the favor to rent me the apartment. So that's 2 methods you have to rent an apartment here if you don't have a visa and a bank account.
All right, before we go to number 3, numero 3 reasons that you should write down, questions that you should write down and ask yourself before you move to another country. People are always telling you about when you get there, which is cool. They're always telling you about what country to move to, which is cool, or suggesting. But these are 10 questions that you need to ask yourself. And we've been going through these questions that you need to ask yourself before you move to another country. You say, damn, I'm depressed at watching that. He say, looks better than my house, and I live in a great neighborhood. T-Mac said, when I move to Cali, the expenses will be less than Medellin is actually more expensive than Bogota. This is true. Cali is 40% less than Medellin and Bogota. 40% less for the same bang for your buck. And they do have martial arts gyms down here, just like in Brazil. Yes, sir. He said it would just pay just up front for the wait for 12 months. He said I can avoid the monthly gym membership. There you go. Just pay up front. Shout out to Julian being in the building, Mr. Alexander himself. He said, man, I can't wait to get out of here. I'm with you, brother. Let's go to the next question. Oh, Theo, I mean, not Theo, but T-Mac said, he said, I lived in Japan and compared Colombia. The quality of life is much better. He said, people think that the Japanese live large, but they live less comfortable than many places in Colombia. I didn't realize that. I did not realize that. Good point. All right, the next one we're going to look at is this. What are your long-term plans? As you're deciding on what country is going to be your bat cave, you need to decide on what are your long-term plans going to be for that particular country. You don't want to make the mistake of going to a country and you're like, you know what? I'm out of here. And then you're going from country to country to country. And the reason why a lot of us do that because we have no plans when it comes to any country. So do you plan on getting a visa for a country? That particular country that you choose? Are you planning on eventually getting citizenship so you can have a double visa? Or is your plan is just to visit that country over and over again? Like a lot of guys have been visiting DR for 15 years, but they just visit. What are your long-term plans for that particular country?
A move abroad could buy you 5 extra years of peace. That's not just height. That's health. That's environment. That's time back. And you deserve that.
Ever wondered how some foreigners are able to stay in Colombia past the 180 days that you're given as a tourist? Well, yeah, there's actually a difference between staying as a tourist and what we call the digital nomad visa. So here's the deal. The tourist permit, this is the easy route. If you're from the United States, Canada, or most of Europe, you don't even need to apply. You just land and you get 90 days at the airport and you can extend it for another 90 days, which is about 6 months a year. There's no forms, there's no embassy, there's no fees. But here's the catch. You're not technically allowed to work, not even remotely. So you're supposed to be on vacation and not clocking in from your laptop. Now, the digital nomad visa, that's for people who want to stay longer and work legally while living here. But it's not just a quick online form. It's a process. You've got to show proof of income from outside of Colombia, and it has to at least be $1,000 a month. Plus, you need health insurance that covers you while you're here and a letter from your employer or proof that you run your own online business, and they want bank statements. And here's the big one most people do not expect. You also now need an FBI background check that must be apostilled by the United States States Department of State. You heard that correct. That means you've got to request it from the FBI, wait for that to process, and then when you get it from the FBI, you have to send it off to the State Department for an apostille. It can take weeks, maybe even months. So if you're planning to apply, it is best to start early. So why deal with all that hassle? Well, because the benefits are actually kind of cool. The digital nomad visa lets you stay up to 2 years without worrying about extensions or border runs. You can rent long term, you get utilities in your name, and you can even open a bank account. And most importantly, you're fully legal to work online while you're living in Colombia. But if
Before he goes any further, which was all this information was 100% on point. Shout out to that brother. But also remember this, that you can do a lot of these things from home. You don't have to wait until you come to Colombia in order to get a lot of this taken care of. I know a lot of guys come here and get it done here, which is cool. But the guys that I found that have had the easiest transition, and I kid you not, for any visa. I don't care if it's a visa for Brazil. I don't care. I've met guys, I kid you not, one brother that got a visa for Brazil, Portugal, and Colombia at the same time because he did it all while he was in the States. He got 3 visas approved at the same time because he did it from the States. My man, shout out to 0 Milligram. My man Vic, who just came down here last week. Vic took care of everything while he was in the States with T-Mac. His assistance with when it comes to, he's a lawyer that he used. And when he came down last week, he doesn't have to worry about filing for an extension after his first 90 days to get a second 90 days. Why? He has a year-long visa. So Andrea this week in the next couple of days is going to be taking him to the immigration office, which is like 5 minutes away from here, and helping him get his ID, his cellular. Why? Because he took care of everything while he was back home in the States. Like I said, you can come to Colombia and do it, or you can go to Greece and do it, or you can go to Portugal and do it, or Thailand and do it. But if that country allows you to take care of all that while you're still at home in the States, why not take advantage of it? Why not take advantage of it? Let me let you guys, let's get ready to get to the next one. Or let me read the comments first. Nazarene of the Way said, he said, I live in an apartment far smaller and less upscale, right outside the hood of probably double the fancy apartments there. Yep. Good point. T-Mac says this. He said, I do not have to do a lot of those things with my parent visa. That's true. And if you're a parent, just like if you're married, you're kind of like a little different than everybody else. He said they just want a letter saying that I was paying to take care of my kids. Bada bing, bada boom. If I'm taking care of my shorties, that's all I need with a parent visa. That's what's up. Thanks for T-Mac for letting us know, for all you future fathers out there. Let's go back to the videos and hear what the brother has to say.
If you're just here for a few months, the tourist permit is just way simpler. There's no background check, there's no waiting, and it's just no headache, right? So here's the bottom line. If Colombia is just a stop on the journey, the tourist permit is good enough, right? But if you see yourself building a real life here in Colombia, that extra work for the digital nomad visa, it might just be worth it. So what do you all think? Are you going to consider getting a digital nomad visa, or are you cool just coming as a tourist for 180 days a year? Let me know in the comments.
Colombia is offering a foreign direct investment visa with an exciting entry point, because the property value only has to exceed $109,000, and you're eligible for an investor visa. This guide goes through how to research the deed, pay for, register the property, visa paperwork, and the property taxes. It's initially valid for 3 years, and then it's renewable as long as the investment is maintained.
When you apply for a Colombian visa, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs can give you 3 different answers. The first one is that your visa is required. This means that they require more information from you to keep processing your visa.
Correct. Let's look at number 1 again. when you're in Colombia or most countries, even though I'm talking about Colombia today, much of what I'm talking about on this episode applies to most countries in the world, especially when it comes to applying for a visa. First reason why they'll hesitate with your visa to approve it is that there's some information that they need from you, further information. So don't panic just when they say, hey, we need you to do this, or we need you to do that, or could you send us this, or could you send us that? Just send it off to them. And usually the cool thing about most countries, they'll request that information early. They'll request it within a week. They'll say, hey, you forgot to put in the blah, blah, blah. Usually it's not like 30 or 40 days when they're asking for this extra information. So that's the cool part. So let her say number 2.
The second one is that your visa is inadmitted. This means that your application is not going to be processed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because you're missing information or just at their sole discretion. If your visa is inadmitted, you can present a new application right away for the same type of visa or for a different type of visa. And the third,
before she goes into number 3, she's absolutely correct. They do have the right as a country to say, we don't want to approve it right now. You didn't do anything wrong. There might not be anything missing from your visa. They just don't want to approve it right now. I'll give you a perfect example. With the tension that's going on with certain governments and our president in the United States, it's not easy as it used to be to get visas approved in certain countries now, because the United States is just beefing with everybody, right? Let's be real. So I know a couple of guys that they did everything right, nothing wrong. And Colombia said, we don't want to approve it right now. So they got to reapply. I told y'all the story about the famous salsa singer from Puerto Rico. He's been coming to Colombia for 40 years. Never had a problem getting a visa approved to come over to perform. This year, under this presidency, for no reason, no, we don't want you to come over. And just like the United States has discretion to say no to whoever they want to, we as Americans sometimes fail to realize other countries have the right to say no if they don't want to. That doesn't mean that you can't apply again. That doesn't mean like, oh man, I ain't going to that country. They did me wrong. No, just reapply. T-Mac says this. T-Mac says, in Colombia, you have to pick one spot and not bounce back and forth while visa is being processed. That's true. You can't be in Bogota, then jumping around to Medellin, then I'm going to hang out in Cartagena while my visa being... That's true. He said if they see any migration movements during the process, or it is automatically rejected. That's true. T-Mac says this also. Shout out to T-Mac with this information. He said a few brothers happened to either enter or leave Colombia. That's, oh my God. Don't do that. That's why I say if you're going to get it done while you're still in the States. Do not leave the country, whatever country it is, in the middle of your visa being processed. If you're in Brazil and you've got a visa being processed, you need to stay there until the process is completely done. I know they said it takes 30 days and you don't have 30 days to be on vacation from your job. You should have thought about that before you apply for your visa. That's why I say do it from the States. Do it from the States. Because if you try, or if you do, leave Brazil or leave Portugal or leave Colombia or leave Thailand in the middle of a visa process, he's absolutely correct. They will reject 9 times out of 10 your application. And all that hard work you put in to get an update background check or get your bank statements or whatever it is they're asking for the visa, doesn't matter. All your hard work is down the drain because you want to skip back to the United States, or you want to skip back to Canada, or wherever it may be. So do it back in the States where you know that you probably spend more time. And then once you come to Colombia, you could be just like my man 0 Milligram. Hey, I got my visa. I'm good. I know a couple of you guys are doing it from the States, and that's hats off. Hats off to you. But if you think you can come to another country, fall in love with your chica, with your lady friend, all of a sudden, I want to apply for a visa. But then you don't want to stick around for the visa process to be completed, yeah, you will be rejected. Shout out to my other brother that got great information in regards to this, Jay Clyde, in the building. He said, not exactly no reason. Yep. He said, during the process of the visa, they got rejected without any appeal. Shout out to Jay Casey in the building as well. He said, leaving the United States is always on my mind. Can't wait to leave. Lord knows. On this Sunday afternoon or Sunday after service. Shout out to church service. He said, pray for the brother 0. The Chica beauty is overwhelming him. I know he told me when he was walking with you. He told me when, and I told him my story. I said, man, I understand when you first get to Colombia and South America, you see all these beautiful women, you just lose your mind. I say, I don't remember telling you guys this story. When I first came to Medellin, my first time was with Ace, right? Ace was already down here. And I'm looking around at these ladies so much, I'm about to walk right into the middle of traffic. I'm walking in the middle of, I see this fine chick walk across the street. I don't even notice that the lights change. And notice, I hadn't experienced Colombian driving yet as far as dealing with the traffic. Man, I got ready to step my butt right in the middle of that traffic. I was so mesmerized by the women. Ace had to grab me by my shoulder and pull me back onto the curve. And I was used to being around Colombian women. All my Colombian friends are beautiful. But it's a difference between being in Colombia or hanging around Colombians while you're in the States and then actually being here in South America with all this beauty. Yeah, I'll never forget that Ace had to grab me. What are you doing? Huh? What? Huh? Yeah, we got to keep 0 in prayer, man. We talked. He and I just finished talking today. He was saying the same thing, T-Mac. Thank you for keeping the brother balanced. Let's continue on, guys. Yes, sir. Prayers for that brother. Prayers for that brother. And let's go here. So he signed up for his gym membership today. He did that. He signed up for his gym membership. So let's go back here. And she's going to give number 3.
Third answer that you can get is that your visa is denied or rejected. This means that your visa is completely rejected and you cannot apply for a new visa in the following 6 months.
Right, she's correct. You have to wait 6 months before you apply for another visa. Let's go on to number 5. I don't want to keep you guys too late. Number 5 says, can you build a network in that particular country? You want to ask yourself this: can I build a network of friends or businesses or bros or the ladies, whatever it may be? Can I build a good network while I'm in that country?
Bro, living abroad and going to other countries makes you realize that, damn, it's way easier to talk to people in other countries than it is America. Like, you say what's up to somebody in America, they look at you like, but when you talk to somebody in another country, they're so open and it's different. Like, you can meet somebody in public in another country and become friends with them off rip same day. Bro, if you ask somebody in America to hang out and become friends, if you just meet them, bro, they're gonna look at you like, no. I'm just saying, like, American people are more closed off than people in other countries, like most countries, because there's people like in other countries that are closed off as well, but America is like top closed off, like people not letting you into their personal life at all.
He ain't lying. We all know that. We've all had situations where we didn't know that person in that other country for nothing. And next thing you know, we're all hanging out, having dinner at their family's house, having drinks, just enjoying playing dominoes, watching sports, whatever it may be, in a foreign country. They know nothing about you. You know nothing about them, but they are so friendly in these other countries compared to how we treat each other, that with that us for no more mentality that we have in the United States. Our brother Jay Casey said this. He said the comedian that you know Marcus. He's in Brazil. He talked to the other brother. He said he's in Brazil. He has an Instagram post him having a good time. He said then towards the end of his post, he said, "America, I'm not coming back." I ain't mad at him. I am not mad at him. Yes, sir. Let's continue on.
If you want to be friends with somebody in America, you must knew them forever, or you must know a friend that knows a friend, and you cool with them like that. Other than that, it's harder to make friends in America than it is abroad. 100%.
My name is Pink and I'm really glad to meet you.
And this guy said he made friends in Medellin first 24 hours, just friends. He ain't out there wilding, just some friends.
You're recommended to me by some people. Hey, ooh, is this illegal? Hey, ooh, it feels illegal.
Top places to meet Colombian women in Bogota.
Okay, top places. Nice park, restaurant, cafes in this location right here in Bogota.
Dile que se despida, que ya tú estás convencida. Baby, a mí lo que me falta.
Of course, body check, the gym. Always meet nice people in the gym.
Tú eres lo más rico que hay en el menú.
All right, so I'm the homies in Medellin right now. We in the tram. Hey. So the thing about we gotta ask everybody is like, what did they like about Medellin? Because we've been here for a while, actually only like 2 days, but we did a lot because Medellin has a lot to offer for the world. So y'all definitely gotta check it out. But here's what the homies gotta say. Hey, let's roll with it. What we love about Medellin, fellas.
I love Sarah, a native of, what is it, Como 13?
Yeah.
Como 13. She was amazing. I like the culture, the kids, we got to dive in and just, it was amazing. It is amazing.
Yeah, it's gonna be here. Yo, but what up though? What's up about Medellin?
Just everything, the culture, the natural tapestry, the buildings, the architecture, the centrifugal force of pride here. It's amazing.
And absolutely. Let me tell y'all see right here, it's beautiful out here. You know what I'm saying? But we got another homie that got to give us a rundown on why he loves Medellin. Yo,
the people.
Yeah?
Culture. Yes. That bar we went to last night.
Hey, the bar we went to last night. Yeah, we went to a dope ass bar in some neighborhood before we went to the club last night. Gang. Right. The homies were there, of course. So I don't know the name of it, but it was amazing. The late morning Mickey D's run. Look
at us. We have been up since yesterday. We have not slept.
The running.
Fusion is in Colombia.
That's why I love Colombia. Medellin, you gotta make sure you come here and check it out. Definitely get it on your itinerary. You know, so Medellin is definitely the place to be. All right, we're going through the style right here. Anyway, deuces. We see y'all later.
All right. So, can you network in that country? Can you make friends in that country? Can you enjoy the country itself? All these things is important when choosing a country, not just the ladies, but the other things that you can enjoy in that country as well. Number 6, we're going to take a look at number 6 real quick of the 10 questions that you should ask yourself before relocating or moving to another country. Number 6 is, are you ready for the unwritten rules? Are you ready for the unwritten rules? Before we go into that, let me go to the comments. Shout out to my man, YouTube and Is a Habit in the building. He said, the truth will set us free. He said, but planning will allow you to stay free. That's a good way of putting it. The truth will set us free, but planning will allow you to stay free. Yeah, I love seeing us travel, man. You see brothers that you probably wouldn't see getting a chance to hang out with each other any other time, just enjoying life. So when I hear the women and the men that are in the United States that don't travel criticizing others that do, I just take it with a grain of salt because I know that they don't know what they're talking about. So number 6, let's check it out.
Remember is going and getting a bottle of alcohol and drinking like most of it and sitting down.
Medellin is not a game.
Shout out to our brother right here, Official Kobe, who's in Africa right now. He sent me some videos. He's out there having fun. Let's hear what he has to say.
And I'm going to slightly disagree with him here. He says that it's not dangerous. Colombia is dangerous, especially when you're going to these touristic areas where gringos, specifically Americans and Europeans, are the target because they know we have money. Remember, they only make about $400 to $500 a month on average, and the cell phone you have is anywhere from $700 to $1,200 or more. So that means about $800 to $900. Now, I've been in a similar situation as his. Nothing happened to me because I was with one of my friends that is from Medellin. He is Paisa, right? So if you go there, make sure that you're careful. Don't get drunk. Keep it to a limit, and make sure that you have your day or your nights planned out, and don't be crazy because you might not make it back home, and you know you wouldn't want that.
What are some other red flags when it comes to dating or women in Colombia?
Another red flag is when she starts asking you for money. She says like, oh, like her mother is sick or her grandmother is sick. And when she starts like to do that, no, because what will happen is like, I've seen this happen with a lot of guys. For an example, right? A guy will pay the girl's phone bill. Maybe her phone bill is about $10-15, right? You know, no sweat. Okay. But then what ends up happening, oh, you know, I need money for food, you know, $30-40, right? Then a few weeks later or a month later, oh, you know, my grandmother's sick. She needs medicine, you know, $75. Oh, I'm late on rent, you know, maybe $100, $125. They'll have a picture, someone like getting like an IV, right? And you just see the arm and the IV, and then she'll be like, oh, my grandmother's in the hospital, my mother's in the hospital, you know, we need money for medicine, right? And then they'll take a picture of an empty fridge. Like, I'm telling you, like the scam that some of these shorties do, like it's a full-time job.
In your first couple conversations, they're going to mention it. They're going to mention stuff they need. I'm talking about literally, probably in the first 5 minutes of you guys talking. And then they're going to start hitting you with the stories. They're going to also send you some pictures as well, too. They're going to try to make you feel really, really bad. So this is how you get past it. You ignore that shit like it never even came to you. Like the...
He's absolutely correct. When you start hitting the sob stories for men and or women in other countries, whether you're male or female and you're traveling and you're getting to know somebody and they start sending you these sob stories, the best thing you could do with those sob stories is don't even respond to them. Don't respond to those stories. They'll stop sending them. Buy me a cell phone. Mommy, I need a ticket. Mi amor, whatever it is that they're trying to sell you, whether you're a guy that's a foreigner or a local that's a foreigner. I mean, or a girl that's a foreigner. Don't let people con you out of your money. And that's what I'm saying. Because you don't want that.
Message never came. Look at the previous message and start talking about that.
How to date a Colombian girl and actually succeed. Ask about her culture, music, food, novelas, dramas. You have to learn everything. Surprise her with arepas or empanadas.
Oh yeah, got to bring their arepas or empanadas. Great food.
We'll never get tired of that one. Learn her favorite songs. For some reason, we just love you start listening to our music, and then we both listen to my music. Be very romantic. We love flowers, little notes, voice messages. Most important, try to get to know her family and if they love you. If her mom likes you, your chances go way up. and never do this. Don't say Colombia, it's Colombia. Don't joke about Pablo Escobar, that's old, not funny. Don't assume she drinks aguardiente every weekend. Not every Colombian is a party animal, so just saying. That's it.
Not every Colombian is a party animal. She's absolutely correct. She is absolutely correct. Not every Colombian or foreign woman or foreign guy is a party person. Not every weekend. You know, my wife always talk about like this. I ain't trying to put partying like that. Like right now, Andrea is going down with her family to look at the Christmas lights and have fun doing that right now. But that's family time. But as far as like just hanging out every weekend, partying, acting like she's on vacation mode because you're on vacation mode, a lot of women aren't like that. A lot of men aren't like that. Ladies, I know you go to Jamaica and the Bahamas thinking every Bahama dude is a bamboo dude. Not every dude in Jamaica want to be on a bamboo with you, okay? Some Jamaican dudes don't even mess with foreign women like that. Some of y'all like to go to Ghana and mess with the African brothers. Not every African brother trying to be bothered with y'all. So don't assume because you're American or Canadian or from UK and you got a few dollars in your pocket that everybody wants to party like you with you. Not everybody's on vacation mode. You're on vacation mode. Treat it as such. Those that want to party with you, party with them. Have fun. But those that don't want to party, you got to respect who they are and don't look at them like, what? You're Colombian. You mean you don't salsa dance? You don't drink aguardiente? You don't stay up until 7 o'clock in the morning? What? Don't do that because everybody is different. Everybody is different. T-Mac says this. He said, my ex in Bogota said that she could not make her rent. I found her a cheap hostel. You're a monster. You are a monster, my friend. I found her a cheap hostel and gave her 80,000 pesos, which is $20 for transportation. so that she could get on her feet. Girl, you better take this hostel and the $20 and make it work. I ain't mad at you, T-Mac. I ain't mad at you. He said most Colombian chicks I know barely drink. He said I know. He said and go to church religiously. Yeah, man. Shout out to my man Dean being in the building. Dion in the building. Yeah, a lot of dudes don't realize that. They don't realize that not everybody's a party animal. Like, dude, you're on vacation. So you think everybody in Brazil is on vacation. You think everybody that goes to Carnival after work, you caught that? Or on the weekend, that's how they are year round. No, they went to the carnival when they got off work. They went to Carnival or to the beach, but they didn't do it if they had to go to work. And some of us failed to realize that these countries keep running just like our country keep running by people that are working. Shout out to you guys. So let's go look at the next one. Let's check out what the next one says. Number 7. What is my plan B when things get hard? That means the inner plan. What's your plan B? Is your plan B to say, well, I'm going back home? And how long are you going to go back home? If that's your plan B. I'm going back home. Or what are you going to do if something comes up? Let's put it like this. Let me just put it like this. You're not going to always have wonderful days in these countries. You're going to have a day in these countries where you're like, a little depressed. Or I can feel myself catching a cold. Or I'm a little bored. What do you do when those moments happen? What do you do when the country that you chose, you think that's the number one country, and you start to think, maybe I should choose another one? What are you going to do? You're going to choose the other country, or you have the choice of just staying in your own home country, the new home country. But you have those options, and that's what my point is. What are you going to do with your new plan B? It's about the inner plan. It's about your mentality. It's about your behavior. I want to say this to the ladies that may be watching. A lot of you ladies have to go back home to the United States, Canada, and UK. Because emotionally, you couldn't adapt to life outside of the United States, Canada, or UK. Why is that? Well, I miss family. I miss my mama. I ain't got no man out here, and the man out here are American men, and they don't want American women in other countries, so they don't date us. And whatever may be your reason, you're gonna have inner challenges. So, are you gonna go back home because you're lonely? Many do. But for those of you that don't, you're gonna have to come up with a reason why you don't. Because if the men in other countries aren't dating you, what else are you going to do? What other recreations are you going to find in your new country that allows you to say, I'm going to stay here. I really like this country. I really like the people. And I don't necessarily have to have a man to define whether I'm going to stay in this country or not. Same thing with men. Same thing with us. A lot of you guys go back home to the United States because you got done wrong by a woman or some women. Man, I ain't going to DR no more. Forget about Dominican Republic. Man, they're women. I'm not going back to Colombia again. Man, those women. Thailand burnt out because those women. Thailand only burnt out because you let women dictate the reason why you went or are still going. For the rest of us, Thailand's not burnt out. Vietnam's not burnt out. Malaysia's not burnt out. Turkey's not burnt out. Poland's not burnt out. I often say don't go only because of men or women. And once we don't do that, we get a chance to really enjoy what the other countries are all about. So the next one is, once again, what is my plan B when things get hard? When I'm just having a long day.
I feel like no one is talking about this when they move abroad. Everyone talks about how great it is, all the positives, but no one ever says the worst part of moving abroad and living out of your country is the biggest sacrifice you have to make. It's losing your family and friends. Okay, maybe not losing them, but not seeing them every single day. My name's Elisa. I moved to Dubai in 2021, and I'm from California. San Francisco to Dubai, it's a 16-hour flight, and that's one thing I honestly did not really think through is how far and how much I'm gonna miss my family and friends. There are days that I literally cry myself to sleep because I can't see my mom every single day. I can't see my cousins. I can't see my best friends. Like, it sucks.
Everyone should solo travel at least one time in their life. But where? Tokyo, super safe, easy to navigate. Chiang Mai in Thailand, very therapeutic, and lots of other solo travelers. Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, a little bit closer. If you're a female, Santa Teresa in Costa Rica is awesome. Bocas del Toro in Panama, super safe. Las Terrenas here in the Dominican Republic. If you're a man who's burnt out, nah, estoy bien, gracias. I think you should go to the mountains. I think mountains are super spiritual healing for men. So anywhere in Peru, Medellin in Colombia, some apps. Meetup, Backpacker, and Going Solo, great app for solo travelers. But you can also just...
Let's not let that slide by. This is very important. This is very important what he just said.
Are super spiritual healing for men. So anywhere in Peru, Medellin in Colombia, some apps. Meetup,
Meetup. Make sure you write that down. If you guys who are moderators, you want to drop that in the link, meetup.com Colombia or meetup.co for Colombia or whatever country you're in or plan on going to. Meetup.com is not just in the States, guys. I've been saying this for a while. For some of you that I want to get with some great groups of people that are like-minded like you, but they just so happen to be in another country, meetup.com is the place to be. You want to be around people that hike. It doesn't matter if you know the language or not. You're going to be walking. If you want to be around people that hike, so be it. Meetup.com. If you want to be around investors, so be it. Meetup.com or Meetup in Colombia, meetup.co. The next one is Backpacker. That's a backpacker app that if you're a person that like to go hiking or just enjoying the outdoors, you like to go fishing, choose this app right here as well. Oh yeah. I actually got John's number. I was supposed to interview John last year, man, when we were doing the Vietnam videos for veterans. And so I'm going to reach out to him again. But I got John's number like a while back because John lives in DR, but he travels everywhere. Shout out to John. He said, yeah, that's John Davis. He has a lot of information on veterans. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He said, if you come to Medellin, they have a private WhatsApp group for the Med community. That's another thing. On Facebook, in WhatsApp, you do not have to land. If you're a solo traveler, solo does not mean that you have to be alone once you get there. It just means that you travel there alone. Doesn't mean that you have to be alone in that country. There's always somebody that's there willing to show you around a particular country, particular city. Oh, John's in Medellin now. He left DR 3 months. Okay, cool. Shout out to John being in Medellin now. He did mention a new medical facility that they opened up in Medellin as well. So shout out to John. And shout out to T-Mac with the content support, the $15 love over there on Cash App. And I'm going to drop the link for the Patreon for you guys to also join us on the Patreon. Shout out for supporting there as well. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct with John. Good dude. Let's go to the third app he mentioned.
Packer and Going Solo.
Going Solo is the next one. The next app he mentioned was Going Solo. Like I mentioned before, just because you go solo doesn't mean that you have to be solo while you're there. I started off my journeys around to the countries that I've been to as a solo traveler before all these apps even existed. So you guys have a lot of apps that you could take advantage of. Take advantage of them.
Great app for solo travelers, but you can also just spend time alone, because then you get away from what the world wants from you and you start thinking about and contemplating what you want for yourself. And if you get lonely, just download Tinder.
When you move to a new country and you're feeling a little bit left out, here are 3 things you can do to feel more part of that new culture. If you're feeling left out, it's very important that you get in touch and you feel part of your work environment. And honestly, the best way to improve that is by improving your general skills. Everybody that does a good job at their workplace is usually recognized for the effort. The second thing is, of course, your English level. What you have to do is you have to improve your level to the point where you're very closely related to your work culture, and that helps you connect even better. And the last thing is to get used with the cultural norms of that new country. Of course, it's important to keep our own culture as we move abroad, but it's also very important to relate to the new culture in which we are living in. So if there's something that country is doing a lot, it's a good idea to go there and do it with them. Maybe it's visiting a new church, maybe it's practicing a new sport you haven't tried ever. So these are 3 things you can do to be part of a new culture when you move abroad.
All right, the next one we're looking at is number 8. Number 8 is asking you, what are you sacrificing? What are you sacrificing to move to another country? We all make sacrifices. We all make sacrifices to move to another country. What do I always mention? The 4 F's are of why Americans or most people are not going to leave their home country. Americans try to use that patriotism. I'm American. I was born here. My people are here. Black people. Our people were slaves. We sacrificed for this country. So that's why I'm not leaving, because my people sacrificed here. And then the others. I'm not leaving because this is my country and I don't know them people out there. Them people might be crazy. Whatever reason or excuse that you use, enjoy it. It falls up under 4 umbrellas. Family is a reason why you're not going. Friends, finance, fears. Every excuse that you ever heard of American not leaving the United States falls up under that category. Same way for people in Europe. If they don't move out of Europe, same thing. Finances, they find that they have economic responsibility to their job or their careers in their home countries. Nothing wrong with that, but it is what it is. Number 2, family. You're still taking care of your mom, still taking care of your dad. You're still taking care of the kids. Or you may still be taking care of your health. Whatever it may be, family is number 2 reason why a lot of us that say we want to move somewhere and we don't. That's why I often tell men and women, be careful. If you plan on living in another country, don't be going out there getting pregnant, ladies, in the States. What for? You said you're leaving the United States in 5 years. You're saving up for it. Why did you let yourself get pregnant within 2 years? Now you're less likely to leave because you have a newborn to take care of. Same thing with you men. You said that you're going to leave the United States in the next 2 years. Why do you have a newborn? Why are you out there getting women pregnant that you know that you plan on not even want to be around? You said you're not going to be around American women or Canadian women. Why are you getting them pregnant? Be careful or wise with your sacrifices. Because number 2 sacrifice is family. Number 3 sacrifice is your friends or your comfort zone. What is your comfort zone? A lot of people don't want to leave because they don't want to sacrifice their comfort zone. I've lived in this neighborhood my whole life. I've lived in Philadelphia my whole life. I've been living in New York my whole life. I lived in Alabama. I'm a 5th generation person living in Alabama or Arizona. I got you. Nothing wrong with that at all. I'll say it again. Nothing wrong with those things. But to say that you want to move to another country because you're tired of what's going on in your home country, you're not going to move if you're still focused, or if you're not willing to sacrifice the financial stability of just living or working one job for a brick and mortar company instead of getting you a job that allows you to work online. Number 2, family. If you're going to let everything has to do with family control what you do, you're not leaving the United States or Canada. Your comfort zone, friends. If you're letting the comfort zones of life dictate, or you think that it's going to get better, no, it's going to squeeze tighter. You're going to get more comfortable. That means that you're less likely to move outside the United States. You might visit another country, nothing wrong with that. But as far as moving, you're just talking. And that brings us to the 4th, that your fears. Your fears hold you back. Your worries, your concerns, we all have them. If you think that all of us that moved to another country didn't have fears, didn't have concerns, didn't have worries, you're talking to the wrong group. All of us that moved to another country had fears, concerns, worries. And yet we overcame them. And most of the stuff that we feared or were concerned with or worried about never even came to pass anyway. Never happened. Even though we feared it, we worried about it, or we were concerned about it. Never happened. Did I misspell network? Did I put nerdwork? Let's see. Let me see if I spell nerdwork. Oh, I didn't put network. Okay, I didn't put network. Oh, that wasn't me. Okay. Who spelled nerdwork? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I was just trying to make sure it wasn't me. The lack of vision, yep, and full embrace of mediocrity. At best, they do. Dre almost got hit by a crank car while looking at hot Colombians. This was true. This was true, my friends. Walking down the street in Medellin. Walking down the street, about to cross the street, looking at this beautiful woman. And I'm just walking right in the middle of traffic. She had already made it across the street. I was like, let me go holler at her. And Ace just grabbed me by my shoulder, like, what are you doing, dude? Get out the streets. I was about to sacrifice me, I guess. Let's go to the next one. What are your sacrifices? Family, friends, fears, etc.
Let me tell you why life abroad feels so lonely. People are stressed, isolated, and so focused on survival that they have forgotten how to truly connect. And for immigrants, that isolation, it's harder, especially if you came alone, without family or a support system. Nobody really talks about how lonely life abroad can be. You leave home hoping for a better life, but you don't expect the silence, the distance, and the coldness in people's eyes. You quickly realize it's not just a new country, it's a whole different culture.
Well, reality is starting to settle in. We in a family, my wife and my 2 kids, we have decided to make the ultimate sacrifice. Yep, we are moving abroad. We currently live in the United States. We chose to move back to her home country, which is the Philippines. And my God, I am so excited. The kids are excited. It's time for change. With the current events of what's going on in this country right now, it's safe to say we all need a break. We all need a break right now. It's so stressful here. At this moment, I'm doing my runarounds. I'm canceling my gym membership.
Somebody told me, do you want to go to London? And I said, I would love to go to London. He said, my brother is the Jordanian ambassador there and he wants somebody to work in his house and make coffee and clean. And this is my ticket to England. And then I stayed 1 year, but then I ran away and I worked at a restaurant. I had no English whatsoever. So I used to work in the kitchen, washing dishes for 5 years. And I've learned English by getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning to watch Sesame Street.
Did you hear what the man just said now? The man said he took advantage of his one shot. So he thought to go to the UK. He said, my brother has a government job there. He needs somebody to cook and clean for him. He stayed at that job for a year. He said, I'm out of here. I ain't doing this no more. Got him a job as a dishwasher. And while he was a dishwasher, he would get up in the morning and learn his English from watching Sesame Street, just like many of us in the States did as kids. Sesame Street. I think this man is considered successful. They're interviewing him. He's gone from Sesame Street to interviews.
Main objective was to help my family. So 50% go to my dad to keep my brother and sister at school. And then 25% I used to hide and 5% I used to spend. So after 7 years, I went up to Scotland because I wanted to study. So I did my degree in international hospitality and tourist management.
Don't tell me what you can't do if you're not willing to make the sacrifices. If you're not willing to make the sacrifices, don't say what you won't do or can't have or can't accomplish. Don't sell me that narrative. The world is against me. Well, Andre, I don't get a free ticket to the UK. A lot of us don't need a free ticket to the UK. A lot of us need to just sit back, be patient, stack some money. And then as you're stacking money, Analyze what countries you might want to consider to move to and take it from there. We use we love being in the victim Olympics. But here's the part. Some of us are running in the back of the victim Olympics because our victimization is not that good. It's not as bad as we try to make it out to be. It's not as bad as we try to make it out to be. We complain that life is coming against us, but yet we have 15 pair of Jordan shoes in our closet at $150 to $300 a piece, but we complain. You got a $45,000 car sitting in the garage. You're dating 3 women, and the cost for dating 3 women each week is about between $500 to $1,000 a week. A lot of stuff that we complain about doesn't mean that you're a victim. It means that you just don't know how to balance your life. Nothing wrong with that. I've been there. I've been there where you play victim and realize that you're really not a victim. You just need to straighten some things out that aren't hard to straighten out. And so this man sat back, and now he said, hey, I took advantage of Scotland's from being a dishwasher, learning English on Sesame Street. Didn't say that he became a multimillionaire. He said, hey, I heard in Scotland, I could go to college for dang near less than nothing. Let me go to Scotland and go to school for hospitality. He said, what up, chat? Shout out to my man Garland. He said, what up, chat? He said, I've been here for quite a while, but studying and learning Espanol while I'm watching. Yes, sir. Yeah, bruh said Sesame Street. He said Sesame Street. He said one time I'm out with a living situation in another country. Only way I'm coming back, talking about to America, wherever your home country is, Nazarene of the way, is because I forgot a visa extension and didn't plan another travel to another country. I can understand that completely too. Law Dog said, like Patrice O'Neal, the comedian, went to Brazil and had to say, I forgot that Patrice O'Neal went to Brazil. You're absolutely correct. Had the same reaction. Shout out to all you brothers that are here. Shout out to Ricky being here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Glad to see you all here. Chaos Rain is in the building as well. Glad to see you all here. Let's finish listening to the sacrifices. Like we said, we're on number 7, I believe. Talking about number 7 or number 8, talking about the sacrifices that need to be made if you're going to relocate to another country.
For 4 years.
With 100% certainty, I know of one problem that each and every one of us will have when you're moving outside the U.S. We're going through it now, so let's talk about it. As much as you try, and trust me, I try extremely hard, you can't plan for or solve a problem that you don't know exists. Currently for me, that's been the way my family is adjusting. Here are 2 things that I didn't think of that I'm working through right now. First is my daughter. There's a 2-hour time difference between where I am in Costa Rica and Florida. And the fact that the difference is so small, it has almost made her jet lag worse. I've had days where she goes to bed at 4 o'clock p.m., sleeps through the night, but also waking up periodically at, say, midnight, 1. On average, she's going to bed around 6 or 7, which to her feels like 8 p.m., which is her normal bedtime back in the States. But that sleep schedule has thrown off her eating habits, breastfeeding times, which is also creating a more difficult adjustment for my wife. But like all problems, these are things we can work through. But they're things I certainly didn't expect. The second, my wife is struggling with her perceived freedom a bit. There's still a general discomfort in terms of traveling alone or with my daughter and her by themselves. Places like the library or the beach, areas we're pretty close to. She doesn't understand the language. We expected that to be somewhat of a problem, but many people here do speak English. That still hasn't necessarily gave her that warm and fuzzy. Ultimately, these are issues of adjustment, and I share because beauties like this bring me and my family daily joy. But there's no such thing as a perfect place, and I think acknowledging that there will be pits and valleys, a touch of realism that you'll need to make it long term. Remember, you cannot solve problems you don't know exist, but you can work through them as they come. I hope it helps.
All right, we're at number 9 right now of the 10 questions that you're going to ask yourself before leaving the United States. And he's absolutely correct. You cannot, he's absolutely correct. You cannot assume how things are going to be, or assume that everything is going to be perfect, or assume everything's going to be bad. You're going to have your challenges. All of us who have lived, that are living in other countries, we can tell you, we're not saying that it's haunting and it's hard and oh my God, I wish I was back in the States. We're not saying anything like that. Do not get us twisted. But you do have your moments of adjustment. Expect it. Expect it. Dude, I'm gonna tell y'all something. There are moments of adjustments that you're happy to see, and there'll be moments of adjustments that you won't be happy to see. There'll be moments of adjustments. For example, I never thought I'd be driving in another country. Nope. I never thought that I'd be eligible for residency. Nope. If y'all thought that I got on a plane when I came to Colombia and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna get a driver's license and I'm at residency and I'm gonna open up these bank accounts and I had credit card, I didn't know any of that yet. So some of the adjustments that take place that will surprise you are positive things. But then there are other things that you get to adjust to, such as the language, some of the cultural dynamics, some of the things that they do that we don't do back home, some of the things that we do back home that they don't do here. Those type of adjustments. I give you another adjustment that I see that's very hard for Black people. Black people, we are so, and white people to a certain extent, but really Black people, and I'm going to talk about this because I'm Black. It's hard for us to adjust to countries that don't put racism as number one. Every country has a form of bigotry and racism, but they don't wear it on their sleeve like many countries such as the United States or maybe Canada or UK. And so we go to other countries and we think they're going to hold that they have racism on their sleeve all day long. And I'm here to tell you, there are countries where they're not talking about blackity black, 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 black. Only Black people either in that country or Black foreigners are talking about race, race, race every day. And y'all talk about it more, way more than those people in that new country. Is there racism in Colombia, for example? Yeah. Is it as bad as the United States? No. Far from it. No. I've been here all these years and I haven't heard one person being lynched. Every time I turn around, y'all get lynched in the States to this day. And I wouldn't consider Colombia as racism as I would consider more biasness. More biasness I see. Now you consider it racism if you want to, but what I'm saying is I see a lot of Americans bring their race card, their race victim, poor little me mindset to other countries, and you get mad because ain't nobody looking for you in regards to the racial thing. They look at you for your class. Do you have money? No, then you walk over there with those people. And you don't want me because of my race. No, because you're not in this class of people. Some of y'all think that people don't want to deal with you in other countries because of your race, and a lot of it is because you're not a part of their class that you're trying to walk in. I've often been in countries where I was the only brother. Why? Because I was the only one that it seemed that wanted to either go to that location or could afford, compared to the locals, could afford to go to that location. So the locals could afford to go there. And my fellow expats weren't interested. Even though you got the money, you aren't interested in going there. So a lot of times I go to places, I'm the only brother. A lot of times. That has nothing to do with racism. That's about classism. That has nothing to do with the fact that all the Afro-Colombians are so impoverished. And that, not saying all, because a lot of Afro-Colombians got money too. But what I am saying is, if you're going to be an American, especially black people coming from another country, you got to learn to put that racism to the side a little bit. Not everybody's looking at you because you're they looking at me. They must be racist. No, you're probably the third black person that's ever been in their town in their history. So they're looking. And you ever notice when you go to a country, most of the time they're not looking at us like, why are you here? They're just looking inquisitively like, wow, black person, let me take a photo with you. We got to get used to that, black people. And I think it's hard for a lot of black people to make it outside of the United States because you have used that racism card from the moment you wake up to the time you go to bed. Because we've been programmed to be like that. White people use their racism card. Asian people use theirs. Black people, all of us, we're programmed all day long. What do we talk about? Race, race, race on TV, race at work. We talk about race in sports. We talk about racism and everything. And then for us to get on a plane and travel to other countries that look and notice your race, but they're not on racism like we are. And then when somebody doesn't do anything the way we want them to do, you don't think that they don't do it because you're an American and they're in their country and they don't need to cater to you, American, the way that you think they do. You call it racism. No, they're just not trading in their customs of whatever that is for an American, not because you're black. And a lot of black people are doing that. And I'll say another one. Black people, stop just choosing countries because of your skin folk. Because a lot of people that's your skin folk, you discovering as you go into other countries, they ain't your kinfolk. You're starting to discover that I'm going to the most African country, and you're getting your butt over there, and them African people are telling you, not all, but some are telling you, we don't care about you being black. You just ain't one of us. But we brothers, we both black. Yeah. But you ain't one of us. You're not part of our culture, our customs. You need to be over here learning. You're not supposed to be over here telling us what to do about blackness. You're supposed to be on learner mode if you come to Ghana. You're supposed to be on learner mode if you go to Nigeria, if you're in Kenya. You're supposed to be over there learning. Who are you to go over there to their country and say, just because we both black, we're equal? So no, they don't have to treat you as equal because you black. You got to earn the right to be treated equal over there in many countries. But black people make the mistake of assuming that just because you go to a black country, people are supposed to accept you. No, stop using your skin as a way to get in. And I mean that. Stop using your skin as the way that you're supposed to get in, how you're supposed to fit into that country. Because in many cases, you guys get disappointed and have to choose a different country because you don't want to learn, and you automatically assumed that they were supposed to accept you because you were black and they were black. They don't need to accept you. You're supposed to be on learner mode with a pen in your hand and a humble heart and say, I'm going to go to this Nigerian country. I'm about to go to this African country. I'm about to go to Morocco, Egypt. I'm about to go to South Africa, and I'm about to learn. I'm going to shut my mouth as a black person, and I'm going to learn from these people. And stop assuming that just because your tail is black, they're supposed to just open up the doors for you. And they're supposed to be rolling out the red carpet as if the black queen or black king is home. They're not supposed to do all that for you just because you're black. And stop assuming it. Stop doing that. Because some of you go to other countries, you jump from country to country to country to country because you're not finding a country that can appreciate your blackness, even among the black countries. And I see y'all do it all the time. So the two reasons I see that black people end up having to go back to the States is this, outside of money or whatever it may be. One, you'll find that other countries don't walk in racism all day long like you do, and then you get frustrated and you run back to the United States because you're so used to being around a racist country that you just don't know what it's like to be around a country where everybody's not talking about race all day long like your country. Or B, you try to go to an all-black country and you assume that you're supposed to get brownie points for being black going to their country. And when the brownie points don't happen, you get mad at the black people in that country. Black people and Africans don't get along. No, people with class, people on a certain level, no matter what race, they get along with African people because they look at it from the class sections, not the race sections like you do. You assume because you were black, they were supposed to get along with you. But instead of having a humble heart, you went over there thinking, since I'm black and you black, I should just get away with everything. And they're telling you, no, you come to our country, you got to learn. Just like if us Nigerians went to America, we'd have to learn. But our black American ego, we end up with our black American ego, we end up having to go back home to the States, man. Back to our talk about race everyday country. And I see it all the time. I see it all the time. He said, I've seen people use the race card as if it is as if it's the bigger joker in a spades game, for real. They can't wait to use it as a big joker. That's the craziest thing. He said, being in the military, I think that it is easier for us than most. I agree with that 1%. He said, I think T-Mac would agree. I agree with that 1% because you guys were out there, country to country, meeting people. There was no Google Translate. There was no WhatsApp groups. There was you, and you were out there, and you and your boys, and y'all was still meeting the men, still meeting the ladies, still relating to the culture, still learning the culture, because you went on learner mode. You didn't go there trying to act like you knew everything. And that's the problem the difference between how you military guys move and us mere mortals, us people that got our passports. We make the big mistake of just assuming so much about countries to where you guys in the military are trained to be on learner mode. He said, yeah, Brazil blew his mind just like Colombia did me. He said, I was in Brazil for a quick trip and could not believe it the first time either. Absolutely correct. Shout out to Brazil. Nazarene of the Way says, classism and xenophobia are far more universal than racism. That is an excellent way of putting it. Classism and xenophobia is far more universal than racism. Absolutely correct. Colorism sometimes. Yep. Sometimes. It exists. We're not denying it, but it is not as prevalent when you live in these other countries. It really isn't. YouTubing is a habit says this. Shout out to you, brother. He said, it seems people use the race card. Yep. Use the race card if it's the big joker in a spades game. And they do. Showing undeniable merit in learning and excelling by their standards is one of the fastest ways to boost through all prejudice, or to bust through all prejudice. He's 1% correct. Just willing to learn. Like the one young lady said, if you want to be around Colombian women and succeed, she wants to share with you about her country and her culture. Kid you not. He's 100% correct. Ricky says this. Says people need to understand that race does not define a person. Absolutely correct. He said this only seems to matter in the U.S. He said, I am in Haiti. I think Ricky Paya or Poa or Pio, Ricky Pio. Shout out to Ricky once again. He said they need to. It seems no matter in the U.S. He said I'm in Haiti, of the middle. I am Haitian of Middle Eastern descent, and my closest peeps are black. Same thing with Andrea. Andrea is not black, but all her friends and who she hung out with and who she grew up with, because Andrea grew up in a black neighborhood. I'll tell you what I mean. Andrea's parents live in a middle class area, zone 4. Grandma lived in like zone 3, zone 2. How is that? Because grandma lived in that area when it was, and granddad bought that area when it was just land, no neighborhood. That's how long her family's owned property before it was even a neighborhood, when it was just dirt land. That's how long her family's been owning property over there. They built a neighborhood around her house and all the other great and grandparents' houses that are over there, right? So instead of selling her home, Andrea's grandma said, y'all could build a neighborhood around my house. It's cool. And the neighborhood ended up being mostly black people. Did Andrea's grandma say, no, we aren't black, so we're not staying in this neighborhood? No, she's like, listen, we lived in this before it was a neighborhood. And so after school, Andrea, when her mom and dad was at work, she would go over to her grandma's house until mom and dad got off work. Well, if she's out there playing after school, who's she playing with? All the black kids, even though she the only white girl on the block. So to this day, I think Andrea got maybe 2 friends that I've heard of that's not black. Everybody I've met, it was black. When Andrea go out to the clubs with her friends, I already know they ain't going to the clubs we go to. Andrea, if you want to ask somebody about the black clubs in Cali, ask Andrea. She know way more about the black clubs in Cali, in the safe ones and the really nice ones, than I do. So it's not about race. You're absolutely correct. Yep. Shout out to you, brother. He said, Dre, in my experience, Colombian people are just more blunt. Straight up, call you flaco or green, rudo skinny or fat. Yeah, they will. That's true. He said, yet they have bias. True. He said, but we all have the gringo advantage. Most think we are cool. This is true. And that's why I don't lean on the racism as much as a lot of my other gringo counterparts, because at the end of the day, the same gringo prices that you would get, they're gonna get it to the gringo white boy too, the gringo Asian dude too. So the fact that you're black, they ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China. None of that. Yeah, we're gonna give him a higher price because he's black. No, they charge the white boy the higher price too. The Asian dude came through Medellin, he got the higher price too. It is what it is. But for us to go around from country to country, pulling out our race card, ain't nobody trying to hear that all day, all the time. He said the class thing is not 100% tied to money either. That's true. Mostly values, culture, and lifestyle. That's 100% true. Because here in Colombia, a lot of people ain't got money like that. But when it comes to how you act, your behavior, there are classes in regards to that. That's so true. Because Colombians look down on Colombians that are hood and ghetto, and they will look like, ugh. And that Colombia that looks down on the other Colombia, they might only bring in their whole household $1,000 a month, right? Everybody in the whole house bringing in $1,000 a month, but they are not ghetto. They are not hood acting. They are not thieves. They're not dangerous. They're not rude. So they look at the ones that are thieves, the ones that are rude, the ones that are disrespectful among their people, and they look at them like, that's not us. That's not us. So you're right. It doesn't take a person that makes a lot of money in a lot of these South American countries to still consider classes differently. That's so true. So true. I mean, David said this. He said, I swear, when in the US, he said, I'm not curious about anything, but when I travel, I want to learn about everything. It amazes me. It does do everything. Dude, my plan personally, I want to go hiking in the snow-capped mountains outside of Bogota. I see white boys do it all the time. I want to take one of those snow-capped mountain trips. A lot of people don't even realize we got snow in Colombia. Like Montana, Utah type of snow-capped mountains. And so I say I want to take me a trip up there just to have that on my resume. There's so much to see here in South America, man. He said every day is a new adventure. That's true. That's true. He said everything is new and exciting. So true. Andrew says this. He said, remember watching ESPN 30 for 30 on the two Escobars. The Escobars, I felt more classism than racism. Saw it myself in Medellin and in Cali. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And as we know, the way he said that don't have nothing to do with the price of tea in China. He said that need to be a rhetorical saying on this channel for real, for assumptions and people making make about living abroad, for real. That has nothing to do with price of tea in China. So true. Shout out to my brother Slick. He says this. He said, I have nothing holding me back. No family on my father or my mother's side to worry or to care for. He said, I have no children or wife. He said, I'm good in Brazil. And that's the part, man. Whether your sacrifices are small or whether your sacrifices are major for your journey for this stage of life, you've got to make the decision on, okay, what I'm going to do. Am I willing to sacrifice this, or am I willing to just stay in the States and complain about the States? Either way, you got to do something about it. Yeah, for real. Yep, get the F out of here, for real. Yeah. Snow. Yeah. Snow-capped mountains. Let me pull that up for us. Let you guys see. Yep, let's check it out. Let's check it out for you guys that have never seen Colombia's snow-capped mountains. You know I got your back. Add this to stage. Let's bring this down for a second. Let's add this to the stage. And let's go over here. Just let you guys see some images. This is in Colombia. All of this is in Colombia. These are some guys on the tours. In the coffee region. This is a tour I want to do. And this is one of Colombia's national parks. Yeah. So I'm excited. I am excited. Got the cabin out there in the snow. Just right outside of Bogota. These are the things that make me excited here in Colombia. These are the things that make me excited, that there is more than one thing to see in Colombia. You can be in the snow-capped mountains, and then you can go you can end up in the Rainbow River. You can go down to the Rainbow River in Colombia. One of the 7 wonders, natural wonders. Let me put it like this. One of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Colombia has 2 of them. And this is one of them, the Rainbow River. One of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Yeah, guys. There's so much to see in Colombia outside of pay for play. Yeah. So these are the things that I plan on doing in Colombia. But just because I'm doing it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody needs to do it. But I want my experience here to be more than just looking at one place, one location. He says, "Sis, I'm going to Colombia or to Cali. Is the list of things to do updated? I would want to look at this list." I'm glad that you said that. That gives me an idea to update the list, because I was going to do it anyway for 2026. Let me write that down. Actually, it is. I just realized I just updated about 4 months ago. But I do want to update it for 2026. All right, let's continue. Good question, brother. So let's continue on after we just did a little brief tour of Cali. So next one is, what's your big picture? Life, love, and longevity. As you're choosing what country, what city, and what part of the city you want to live in when you decide to relocate outside the United States.
Veterans deserve a life that they can afford. Veterans deserve to not feel like they're on survival mode all the time. I started talking about veterans living abroad on accident because I posted a picture of myself, tasteful, kind of, on a boat with a bunch of pretty girls. And dudes I deployed with were like, "Sergeant Davis, what is this?" And I said, "I live in Dominican Republic. How much is your rent?" $450 a month, but I pay the whole thing up front in cash. How do you get your health care? Through the Foreign Medical Program of the Veterans Administration. You can get your VA benefits outside the United States. I'm not in the Army anymore. They cannot tell me where to live. And I realized so many veterans had no idea this whole other way of life existed, that they could live a higher quality life at a lower cost with their military benefits. A lot of veterans had no idea that we have American Legions in Mexico and Costa Rica and Panama. We have VFWs as far away as Thailand and the Philippines. So I wrote my book, The Veteran's Guide to Moving Abroad. You can get the physical copy on Amazon, or I will send you the digital copy for free, because fuck it. At some point, you have to.
So I've been traveling the world for almost a year now, and the main question I get is, why won't I come back to America? Hold on, let me show you guys why. Man, I find it crazy that in America we are brainwashed to believe luxury only exists in countries such as Atlanta, Miami, and Houston. Oh my bad, those aren't countries, but people in America act like they are. But I'm here to tell you that you can find that lifestyle anywhere, just like here in Malaysia. And I've learned a lot while traveling over the past year, but the biggest thing I've learned is that America is living in the past. Like, look at this, bro. I got a remote to turn on my fan and my AC. It don't get no better than that. And a lot of you may think, oh, I need to save a lot of money. I need to be making a lot of money. You honestly don't need to make that much money. You can travel the world on a budget. They just don't want to tell you that because they know they'll see a lot of you guys traveling the world and being successful. Like, look at this view, man. You can't get this in America for $25 a night. You'll probably be spending like $200. And I just know you work your butt off every single day. Yes, I'm talking about you. And it just doesn't feel like you're getting anywhere because you're not at peace and you're not able to enjoy your benefits of working hard. And it sucks. I know. I've been there. That's why I made this move, and it has honestly been the best move of my life. This is why I'll never come back to America. This is why I took that leap of faith. This is what happens when you just do it.
And that's the thing about women overseas is they're taught from a very young age on how to be a good wife, mother from a very young age, because their mothers taught them, their fathers taught them. So it's not only the men that are being taught on how to treat the women, it's also the other way around too. It's also the women being taught how to treat a man. So because of that, it creates healthier dynamics in relationships down the road for them. And in fact, what they're doing essentially is they're trying to help their daughter become successful in their marriage later down the road. Because at the end of the day, that's what truly matters, is your marriage and your relationship, not how much money you're making at your job or if you're a CEO or not. And these people understand that in other countries.
Right.
Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Things will work out just fine. Look at the way I've been treated lately.
So number 9 was, hey, what are you looking for in the long term? Love, life, longevity, what? And so you're absolutely correct, T-Mac. Santa Marta is sea level with beaches. So that is actually, if anything, Santa Marta is close to the deserts of Colombia, the desert. Yes, Colombia has deserts. Yep. Right here, Bobby says this. He said, Dre, does Cali or Santa Marta have snow? I always wanted to try snowboarding. No, it does not have snow because we're not close to the colder regions like Bogota and the coffee regions. But does Colombia have snowboarding? As you see on the screen, yes, Colombia has snowboarding. All these videos are in Colombia. Well, actually, photos are in Colombia. So for all you guys that think that there is no snowboarding in South America, yeah, okay. Snowboarding, skiing, yes. In South America, gentlemen. This is Colombia. Yes, sir. Look at these old video footages or photos back in the day in Colombia. 1953. Y'all go quit sleeping on Colombia, man. Let's remove that. Let's go on to number 10, the number 10 question that you should ask yourself before moving to another country. Let's head to number 10.
If you must succeed abroad, never limit your circle of friends to your tribesmen. By tribesmen, I mean those that look like you, those that speak your language, those that come from the same country.
Let's bring that beat back because that was kind of quick. Let's bring it back. Number 10 is, how do you define success overseas? You need to ask yourself that before you leave. How do you know that you're successful overseas? You've got to know what your success looks like. Is it in a farm area? Is it in the big city? Is it being married or is it being single? Is it having one girlfriend or 2 or 3 girlfriends? How do you define success in your new country, in that new city? So you would have to know, in other words, let me bring this over here. Your purpose, not your purchase. Your success cannot be purchased. You can buy stuff in another country, land, property, so forth and so forth, like many have, but that does not necessarily mean that you feel successful. Usually the things that make you feel successful are absolutely free, such as friends, such as a new family, people you hang out with, such as you learn things about your demeanor changes, your health, your sleeping habits. All of these things, for the most part, are absolutely free. How you are more altruistic, more giving than you used to be. You're more empathetic and understanding. You're more spiritual than what you used to be. All these things are free. So you have to ask yourself, how do you define your success? Because a lot of times in the States, we define success monetarily, materialistically, right? And nothing wrong with those things. I'll say that again, nothing wrong with that. But when you're moving to another country, a lot of it is success that you acquire. And basically, it was absolutely free. The peace that you get is absolutely free. Now let's go on to number 10.
If you must succeed abroad, never limit your circle of friends to your tribesmen. By tribesmen, I mean those that look like you, those that speak your language, those that come from the same country as you. If you do limit yourself to such friends, you will be limiting yourself to information, you will be limiting yourself to opportunities, you will be limiting yourself to resources. Make friends with people from different places, because at the end of the day, it's only going to benefit you.
I then got a job in Dubai working as a petroleum laboratory engineer. And People really underestimate the power of being able to save and invest money at a young age. If you haven't seen Bree's video yet, make sure you go watch that. But she's basically explaining how she worked overseas as a petroleum lab engineer and was able to make over $200,000 a year, mostly tax-free. She was smart with her money, saved, invested, properties, businesses. A lot of people know her for her cars and stuff like that, but she was really smart with her money, and that's how she became financially free at the age of 25.
But here's the thing, though. That is halfway true. Because a lot of it, and I can tell you, Americans wear their bank accounts on their bodies. We want people to know that we have certain things because that is where we have put the value in the common man. Well, he's got a Rolex. He must be a great businessman. He's driving a BMW. Surely he's got it all together. We've put the value of people into purchases, and that has ruined whatever the American dream was, ruined whatever we thought we were getting out of America. And now what more people are saying once they go on the other side is, yo, you can have all the stuff and things, Ferrari, multiple Ferraris, but these people are going to hang out with their friends and family when they want to.
Listen to me. I want you to do it now. I want you to do it now. This week, I know personally 2 people who passed away before the age of 40. And honestly, even though this capitalistic society would have you think that you need more than $10,000 to live your dream life, that's not true. All you really need is your health, a passport, some determination, and thinking outside the box, and adaptability. I mean, look where I'm at. Look at that. I'm about to sign a lease for a 2-bedroom apartment in Greece with a jacuzzi and a sea view. I work remotely. Last year, I had no idea how I was going to do this. And here I am, living my dream life. Do it now, friend. Don't wait. You have everything you need. So go out there and go get it.
She's absolutely correct. She's absolutely correct. Go out there and go for it. There are so many people that are passing on. You guys might hear the fireworks in the background, but there are so many people that are passing on over the years, man, at an earlier age. There is no guarantee regarding time. And that's why I save time for number 10. When it comes to success, how do you define success? My definition of success is doing the things that I desire to do in this life before I run out of time. I wanted to be in a solidified marriage before I ran out of time. I wanted to be healthier before I ran out of time. I wanted to have my own business endeavors. I wanted to meet new people. I wanted to travel to new countries. I wanted to explore new languages, eat certain foods. I don't care if the top of the snow-capped mountains are freezing. I don't care if it's ultra hot while I go down and visit the Rainbow River here in Colombia. I don't care. I want to do these things before I run out of time. That's my definition of success. I want to die in the middle of doing something. I don't want to die waiting on something. And so many of us in our home countries, we're going to die in waiting, in the waiting room. You know how like when you wait on somebody with surgery, that's how we're doing. We're waiting on life to be perfect. We're waiting for the perfect moment to have the perfect this and the perfect that. And I'm telling you, there's no such thing. It doesn't exist. There's no perfect time to get married, right? There's no perfect time to have kids, but yet kids are making it and being raised every day around the world. But there's no perfect time to have kids. People are still saying, let's get married, and yet there's no perfect time to get married. And there is no perfect time for you to start your relocation plans, at least the plans of relocating to another country. I know so many guys and ladies that have had strokes, they can't go anywhere. Heart issues, they can't go anywhere. They wish they could. They do, they wish they could. But they ran out of time even before they died. Y'all caught that? Some of us will run out of time even before we die. Some of us will be in a wheelchair 10 years before we die. Some of us might even lose our sight 10 years before we die. Some of us might be hit with a disease 10 years before we die. So when I say you run out of time, I don't necessarily mean that you're going to die. But your body might just shut down and say, I'm too old, even though you might want to go out there and do some things. Yes, sir. Just like the movie The Bucket. You know what? We need to put that on the list, Dave. I'm going to download that after the live stream. This movie is a classic upon classic. That movie is a Passport Bros anthem. We need to be watching that movie every single year. I'm downloading that movie soon as we get done with this live stream. That's going to be part of our Saturday evening movie list. Absolutely correct. We are officially 31 days, from a new year, 2026. And a lot of us still think we got time. Before I let you guys go, I appreciate all that you do. Thank you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, Patreon. And I'm going to end with a story. Some of you guys have heard me say this story before. Some of you haven't. 3 little devils were graduating from hell. And Satan walked up to the first little devil and he said, what are you going to do when you get to earth? I'm going to tell them that there is no God. And Satan said, nah, that ain't going to work. They already know there's a God. So he walks up to the next little devil. He said, what are you going to do to mislead the people when you get to earth? The second demon with confidence looked at Satan in the eye and said, I'm going to tell them that you don't exist. And Satan said, nah, all they got to do is look around. They know I exist. If they don't know nothing else, they know I exist. So we walked up to the third graduate that was about to go to earth. And he said, so what are you going to do to tell the people and mislead them when you get to earth? And the third demon quietly kind of pondered and he said, I'm going to tell them they got all the time in the world. And Satan grinned with an evil grin and said, my son, you're going to mislead a lot of people. You're going to mislead a lot of people. Because they really do think they got all the time in the world. And I'm going to leave it like that. Shout out to all you guys. Let's get ready to do these outros. And I'll be seeing you guys mañana, tomorrow's show. But let's get ready to enjoy some outros with the Colombian ladies.
Vamos a bailar. Guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está. Escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar, vamos a bailar. Guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, sandunguera linda, vamos a bailar tú y yo. Ay, qué sabroso. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Vamos a gozar. Muévete sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Ay, repítelo. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Ay, vamos a guarachar, mamá. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami. Vamos a guarachar. Ahora estamos tú y yo en la pista. Vamos a gozar. Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Vamos a guarachar. Muévete bien, chiquita. Vamos a gozar. Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora. Vamos a gozar. Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora. Vamos a guarachar. Ay, camina con el mambo ahí. Vamos a gozar. Sí, mamá, Guerrera, oye, Lola. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a guarachar. Vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Ay, qué rico está, qué rico. Vamos a guarachar. Sí, sabroso, qué rico. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. No me dejes solo, mi amor. 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 Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. Sí, eso es. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. Sí, tú me dices que soy el tipo. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. Eso es. Mami me dice que soy el tipo que tú prefieres. No me dejes solo, mi amor. 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 No me dejes solo, mi amor.